Released in August of 2010 in Russia, World of Tanks will be 15 years old by summer 2025, yet somehow it is arguably in the worst state ever. This isn't one of those other World of Tanks is dying videos that keep popping up every few months, so press that full screen button and get comfortable. I am about to cover the real issues with the game, highlighting solutions for all of them, capable of satisfying Wargaming's corporate stakeholders, but more importantly, you, the player base. Buckle in as we delve into World of Tanks 2.0. With the constant influx of new premium tanks, gimmicky tech tree vehicles, shameless monetization, lack of attention to maps, and the ever painful matchmaking that was only recently addressed, despite certain employees' adamant claims that there has never been anything wrong with it.
People say they're going to be willing to wait 15 minutes for the perfectly batched game that's equal in every way regards. That's not the case. People get very bored very quickly.
Wargaming has been indifferent as ever to the concerns of its loyal players and the state of their most profitable product. But Chems, if it's so simple, why hasn't Wargaming handled this yet, I hear you ask? Well, I have a hypothesis, my dear viewer. Allow me to enlighten you. Wargaming is content with their game. With years of aggressive monetization and blatant disregard for what their players have actually wanted, the player base has hit rock bottom. The game is a cash cow, approaching the end of its product lifecycle. They can use as many life extension strategies as they want to continue milking you, the player base, without fear of losing daily active users, resulting in a high revenue per player metric. A metric that looks very impressive on paper compared to other games, despite lower player populations, creating a facade that the game is doing well or still succeeding. This is an unhealthy approach. If you truly care about keeping the product going, realistically you should be striving to grow the player population by giving the loyal core player base what they want, so that they genuinely want to spend on your game organically, rather than resorting to predatory tactics to leech revenue with shallow content such as low-value premiums attached to IPs or limited time promotions to boost sales, or tech tree lines filled with gimmicks like the siege and speed modes, aiming mechanics, and even the dynamic damage mechanics, in an attempt to incentivize grinding, as well as loot boxes left, right, and center to capitalize on gambling and FOMO with the misleading claim of getting your value's worth. In the past 4 months alone, we have had 3 loot box events already. In addition to all of this, the game has been getting faster and faster, and with the addition of Equipment 2.0, Crew 2.0, and field mods, the game has been making itself more confusing for the average player, resulting in a high barrier to entry for any newcomers or returning players. To top it all off, the new subscription service that recommends the loadouts used by average players does nothing but lead to further confusion and frustration, and only reinforces incorrect understanding of how to be effective in the game from an official stance. A stark difference to the current head of community's words only 2 years ago of "we can't be seen to dictate to players how they should or shouldn't play our game." Sure, while this isn't a direct dictation of how to play, when paired with some of the new content they have been creating, it sure is a very pushy suggestion. It feels like Wargaming sit in meetings consisting of people who either don't play WoT at all, or are completely out of touch with how the game is actually played by the majority of players, and they try to speculate what players want, arriving at the conclusion that pushing more content for the sake of it, or collaborating with brands and recognizable IPs, celebrity cameos, and gimmicks like 3D attachments are the solution. They're not. The first part of this video will delve into every problem with World of Tanks and propose a solution to each one. Be sure to stay until the end of this video, as we will also cover what new content should actually be added to rejuvenate players' interest in the game. Let's begin.
Yeah, sorry guys, that's not actually me. I will never show my face. It's not even a privacy thing anymore. It's like, would you want someone like Batman or the Mandalorian to show their face? No, of course not. It would ruin the aura. The person you saw is actually Ixta. This guy, man, he makes videos like those YouTubers with millions of subs, but because it's about World of Tanks, he has like 800? Yeah, that's ridiculous. Go ahead and show him some love by subbing to him. In case you haven't yet realized, this video is 4 hours long.
What is the next step in the operation?
Yes, that is very long. The reason for this is that I am not leaving a single stone unturned. This is the full fat video, the everything video. So I recommend either watching it in parts, as there are chapters at the bottom of this video that tell you where everything is located at, or listen to it in the background while you do something else. Remember, watch time is the most important metric for YouTube, so if you watch to the end, that would be incredible. This video will admittedly start off pretty slow because we're going to go through a lot of the broken aspects of this game and try to fix them. And I've already talked about these things, so feel free to skip forward if you ever get bored, because the second half of this video is going to be very interesting with a lot of really cool ideas. Buckle up. To fix every single problem with World of Tanks, you have to actually want to fix every problem. Like I said, it's not so clear that Wargaming actually does want to fix the game. So, Wargaming seriously needs new management, which is the first thing that needs to be discussed. When World of Tanks first came out, you could purchase premium time, a few premium tanks, and that's pretty much it. Yes, premium ammo cost gold, however, they weren't needed back then. This is because when Wargaming was a small company of just a couple of guys, they set out to make a tank game and get as many people playing as possible, which they did. World of Tanks at its peak, there were so many players that premium time and mediocre premium tanks were generating way more than enough revenue. Then, for the first time, the game started to decline in popularity. The hype was over. Players who started and played for a bit got bored. However, there was one small issue. Wargaming is not a small company anymore. In fact, they are quite a large company now, and it needs constantly increasing cash flow to sustain itself, obviously. By 2016, we started to get premium tanks that were as good, if not better, than their tech tree counterparts. To artificially drive up interest, right? Make up the difference between revenue from all the players you just lost. However, this had one small, minor, insignificant side effect in that now there are more people leaving the game than joining. Whoops. And thus begins the cycle of introducing more pay-to-win content, which drives players away, which requires you to introduce even more pay-to-win content to make up for the lost paying customers. This has been taken to one of the most extreme amounts I've ever seen, and within the last few years, they've really dropped the ball. In fact, if you really want to see every bad decision Wargaming has made, then there's a video on that on this channel. However, that video was made even before the BZ was added, so like it has gotten way worse since then. We need to shift from how will this monetize our game to how will this bring in new players. The low player count is the single greatest issue in World of Tanks. It is, nothing is worse. I came to this conclusion when I started playing on the RU server. This server is not run by Wargaming, but by Lesta, although they are owned by the same people. Now, Lesta is arguably worse when it comes to adding game-breaking tanks that ruin the game. However, they got something that Wargaming doesn't. An actual player base. See, playing on RU is similar to playing World of Tanks in 2014. There is an enormous player pool. Every single bad aspect of World of Tanks isn't as bad when there are millions of active players, most of which are kind of noobish. I love this notion that, oh, it's the NA server, so it's obviously going to have less players in the EU or RU. That's just how it is. The American server just is smaller, and, you know, there's barely anybody playing on it. Ha ha ha. America has a larger population than Russia. Now, I won't deny tank games like this may be more popular to an Eastern demographic. But War Thunder's popularity in the West kind of throws that theory out the window, don't you think? Also, World of Tanks in Russia is following the same downtrend. Yeah, okay, let's not contort ourselves with random rationalizations to explain this, by saying shit like, oh, it's a different culture. No, the game is poorly managed. The game put money before players, and so the players left. Regardless of the reason, one thing is certain. How will we make World of Tanks popular again? Well, in fact, Lesta has already asked this question and attempted to solve it. In January of 2025, they released the Update Alpha. It was supposed to be a big thing that they even promoted all over the place because World of Tanks is an actual game over there and not some stupid thing you hide from your friends. The problem with the Update Alpha is that although it introduced a bunch more content to the game, even with tier 11 tanks, it didn't actually address anything that made people stop playing in the first place. See, it's not that World of Tanks is some obscure game nobody's heard of. Everybody has heard of World of Tanks, as shown by the non-existent spike in popularity in 2020 during the COVID lockdown. You would think that even the crappiest game would have a spike here now that everybody's stuck at home and has nothing else to do. Nope. This tells me that pretty much everybody already knows about World of Tanks, and they know it's garbage, so they'd rather play Fortnite instead. This isn't about getting new players. This is about convincing old players to come back. That's the part that Update Alpha missed. So what can we learn from this? What can we actually do to convince players to come back? Well, you'd have to fix every problem in the game and then introduce a huge amount of content that people actually want, all at once. Simple, right? I propose our own big update. World of Tanks 2.0. Or call it something else, I don't care. Now, this will be what Update 1.0 was supposed to be. At the bottom of World of Tanks depreciation, Wargaming decided they needed a Hail Mary to bring back interest. So the game went from mobile game to AAA graphics, which, I'll admit, was a huge improvement and did make the game much better. So what happened afterwards? The great revival of WoT? No, nothing. It had pretty much zero impact on the game's popularity. But why? Well, first off, it should have come out in December, during peak players, not April. Even if it had to be delayed it until next Christmas. Not only because that's the best time to drop it, but because we actually lost content in the form of removed maps. The update was delayed, and we still didn't get all the maps in HD. This huge update made the game worse from a gameplay perspective. And it's so obvious why it didn't help. Same reason Update Alpha didn't do anything on the Russian server. Like, are we really gonna keep mentally contorting ourselves as to why people aren't playing? Oh, maybe it's the graphics, or oh, maybe it's the lack of tier 11s or this and that. No, it's because nothing that made players leave in the first place was addressed. It's still the same game with all of its flaws. What? Now players that already left the game once are gonna come back and just put up with all the shit that made them leave in the first place? All because of a stupid update where they added fancy graphics or flamethrower tanks? No. To bring back players, we need to convince them that whatever caused them to leave the game no longer exists. The game has been fixed. Word spreads around very quickly that way. Imagine if you told someone, hey, they fixed artillery. They might not come back to the game. But what if you said, hey, they fixed artillery, stats, all the maps, overpowered premiums, matchmaking, everything. And we got a bunch of new content. Then they will certainly re-download the game. I will now discuss every single problem with World of Tanks and what to do. It's as if I'm now the CEO and I'm calling all the shots. Wargaming sold off the Russian server to Lesta, and now they sold off the NA server to me. What shall I do on day one? Well, I'd make a huge deal about no longer being run by Wargaming, but after that I will go through the list here and fix all of these problems. Although the player pool and stats are the biggest problems, I will go through all the other problems first, as all of these I have already explained deeply in other videos. Now, you don't necessarily have to watch those videos before this one. I will be explaining them here in a nutshell, and adding more to them if new ideas arise. When I'm discussing these topics and you have questions, or you would like to know more, then you can watch their dedicated videos for a more in-depth analysis. So anyway, let's begin. Self-propelled guns, or artillery, like I said, has been an issue since World of Tanks first released. Wargaming have tried many ways to fix artillery, However, they're always jumping around the issue and never actually addressing the real issue itself, which is a common theme for wargaming, you shall see. The main issue is that artillery can hit you from basically anywhere on the map without you being able to fight back. That is the problem with artillery. It's not that they hit hard or that they stun. Although these are complained about, by far the greatest issue is their top-down view mode. So, artillery will actually have their top-down view removed. They can only use sniper mode. In return, artillery gets an accuracy, health, and ground resistance buff. This makes them more accurate, able to survive for longer, and drive around quicker. Their gun damages are reverted back to the damage before there was stun, which means they hit very hard. However, their high explosive penetration will be very low, so they have to resort to splash damage. So look at it this way. A standard tier 10 tank destroyer will hit players for 750 alpha damage. And artillery will splash players with high explosive for 750 damage. Except the artillery gets a much longer reload in exchange for not needing to penetrate the armor. So what is the difference in? Tank destroyers will be used for high volume output, sustained, accurate support, whereas artillery will be used to dig out strong heavies in heavily fortified positions, with the added bonus of having an extremely large gun at the end of the day, which means they could pull off some insane shotguns on city maps as an example. Now, of course, there's going to be some low IQ individuals that draw comparisons with the FV4005, thinking every artillery will operate that way. However, they fail to realize that artillery have half the penetration of the FV4005, if not less. Artillery will not be able to smack you for these high damages like the FV4005 would, even from the side. Additionally, the shell velocity for the artillery will be much slower than it currently is. This means that you can actually dodge the artillery shot. And don't forget that artillery has twice the reload of the FV4005. So they really aren't comparable at all outside of shotgunning. There are some other mechanics with AP having strong penetration and damage drop-off. However, if you want the full detailed explanation of the mechanic, be sure to watch that video after this one. I would like to add something to that video. I said stun would be removed. However, I realized that we don't actually need to. I mentioned that artillery will have a very high damaging HE and AP rounds, like the old days, but that's just 2 out of the 3 shells. In the old days, artillery had 2 HE rounds, but they were identical, except the premium one got a larger splash radius, which honestly seems like kind of an afterthought. In my new version of artillery, instead of a shell having more splash radius, it will have the stun round that we currently have. With its larger splash radius, you can switch to a stun round if you see a large group of enemies and you want to damage all of them, and stun at the same time. And the stun will allow you to get stun assist damage for artillery missions. I know that stun is probably one of the worst things that has been added to World of Tanks, but artillery doesn't have top down anymore, and since this will not be the primary ammo, players will actually have to decide to switch to it for whatever reason. I think players will predominantly fire non-stun, higher damage rounds from an artillery that is accurate and has sniper mode. The reason damaging rounds aren't used so much with the current artillery is that they have a smaller splash radius, and given that artillery is inaccurate with a long shell travel time, damaging rounds are just too risky, as even missing a little bit means you're gonna get little to no damage. This will not be a problem with the new artillery. I also said buffing the ground resistances of SPGs. This is because one thing I failed to realize in the SPG video is that like 90% of SPGs in this game are extremely slow. So even if they wanted to support their team with their new sniper mode and health, they will still be extremely easy kills because of just how slow they are. Buffing the terrain resistances of all artilleries by, let's say, halving it, means that SPGs will get a really good mobility buff without having to manually go in and change all the engine power of each one. Buffed ground resistances also means SPGs will turn quicker as well. Now, like I said in the dedicated video, I have no idea if this would actually be an improvement to the artillery. So we should allow players to test it in the recon game mode, where they choose to play in matches with this new version of SPGs. If all goes well, and everybody likes this new version, we can move it to the random queue in this new World of Tanks 2.0 update. Now, one thing that absolutely has to be done is the removal of the Lafage. This is non-negotiable. I went through all these hoops to try and fix overpowered premiums in this video. However, that just cannot be done here. This tank has costed Wargaming millions of dollars. They just don't realize it yet. Whatever quick buck they make from selling it, which isn't that much by the way because it's a tier 5, not a tier 8 or 9, is nothing compared to the millions of dollars lost by new players quitting the game after getting annihilated by this thing for the 100th time. I don't care what precedent is set by removing it or potential lawsuits or refunds. This tank is costing you millions of dollars. It's costing you more than what any potential lawsuit or refund could ever cost you. What I would do is this patch, the tank is just removed. Players who own it have the choice between getting its gold value back at 20 times, so 23,000 gold, which is equivalent to like $92. Don't worry, we'll sink this gold later. Or you give players the option to trade it for any premium tank in the game. And I mean any premium tank in the game. This includes the BZ-176 and the EBR-75. Yes, I know I'm allowing players to trade a toxic tank for another toxic tank. However, I need to sweeten the deal to avoid too much backlash. And to be honest, the Lafage is far more damaging to the game than the BZ or EBR ever could be. And you already know this. There are players with 10,000 games in the Lafage. You don't see that for the BZ or the EBR. So anyway, like I said, let's say that the recon missions for the artilleries changes is a success. In the big WoT 2.0 patch, these artillery changes will be implemented for the random queue.
I'm gonna play safe and scout for my team.
Holy steady watching me. Every day they clocking me. Red alert, I'm the dangerous. I keep that clock on me.
Light tanks are in a very strange situation. Their secondary role has been forced into their primary role and then constrained by the maps. Okay, let me explain. There are a variety of light tanks. There are light tanks that are good at scouting, and they are decent picks. There are light tanks that can scout, that also have great damage output. These light tanks are insane. There are light tanks that only have good guns and can't really scout well, and they are garbage. This wasn't always the case though. The M41 Walker Bulldog used to have insane firepower while not being a very good scout. However, it wasn't a problem. In fact, the Bulldog still excelled and was highly regarded by the community. This was because before Equipment 2.0, light tanks' secondary role was to scout. Their primary was to just be a tank, like drive around, shoot some people, progress to the flank and whatnot. Back in the day, light tanks were considered scouts only because of their one single camo advantage, which is them being able to maintain the same camo while moving as when they are stationary. That's it. The equipment light tanks took were pretty much the same as medium tanks, rammer, V-stab, and optics. This means that although light tanks generally had less firepower than mediums, the difference wasn't so bad. However, because Equipment 2.0 introduced the Commander's Vision System and low noise exhaust, it basically meant that the bar for light tanks was raised. If you want to be an effective scout and not get spotted by the enemy scout, you have to sacrifice everything in order to take the scouting equipment. Because if you don't, the enemy will, and you will be at a massive disadvantage, get outspotted, and die. This meant the discrepancy between light tanks got larger, where light tanks used to share more or less the same equipment, and their space stats balanced them out. Now, light tanks that make better scouts got even better at scouting, and light tanks that had better guns got even more firepower. However, there's one small issue with this. Light tanks get matched up against other light tanks. They're expected to try and counter each other. The light tank with the better scouting capabilities, regardless of their firepower, will always win. So the light tank with their good firepower but poor scouting capabilities has two options. Sacrifice the one good aspect of their tank in order to be on par with the enemy scout, which will still lose because its base stats are worse to begin with. Or maintain its firepower and just not scout. Either way, the fate of the game was decided by the matchmaker when it decided to put a Mana Core up against a Sheridan, or an ELC even 90 against a Tessac. Now you might be wondering, Chems, you just said light tanks with really high firepower and scouting capabilities are really popular and good, but the ELC even 90 is the most played light tank. The thing is, the ELC is the best scout, which means all other scouts are invalidated by it. So why would you not play it? Doesn't matter about firepower when you just outspot everybody instantly. That's not even the real reason. The ELC even 90 when it first came out was kind of crap. Really, it's kind of a piece of junk. What happened and what made it really good is the next real problem, which is Equipment 2.0, which I will discuss later in the video. However, for light tanks, one simple thing needs to be changed. All light tanks should be able to scout. For some reason, a decent chunk of light tanks have less view range than their medium tank counterparts. This needs to be changed. Lights need to have more or less the same camo amongst each other. If the matchmaker and Equipment 2.0 is going to force all light tanks to be scouts, then all light tanks should have scouting capabilities. A good example is the Squall. This tank should be a medium tank. It is the size of a medium tank, it has the mobility of a medium tank, its camo and view range aren't actually that bad compared to other lights, but its enormous size means that bushes are far less effective because it's poking out of them. All these downsides just to get an autocannon that is actually worse than a standard gun outside of very specific scenarios. So are we really surprised that it has one of the lowest win rate differences? It sacrificed a lot in order to get its gun, which isn't even that good. And the thing is, there are other light tanks that have very high firepower, but they also did not sacrifice their scouting capabilities. That's why they're so good. The thing is, this wouldn't even be a problem if it wasn't for the fact that it's the team that suffers when there's an ineffective scout on their team. You could choose to play a light tank that has bad camo and bad view range if it means you got a cool gun. That's fine, that's your choice. But the other 14 players on your team has to deal with that now. By changing the stats of all light tanks so that they are more in line with each other, positioning and timing will be what's important for scouting, not by chance having the best scouting light tank. Take the VCS 6x6 as an example. So this tank isn't released yet, the stats are subject to change, but so far, just by looking at the stats, it's a wheeled light with view range. That's quite nice, and has the worst camo at tier 8, which is not very nice. And this thing is absolutely massive. So what's the idea here? You want to make a light tank that's bad at scouting? It's just going to be another junk light that's a hindrance to his team. So as I said with the other tanks, I would buff all of their view ranges and camos so that they're more in line with each other. However, these changes are minor, just small camo buffs and view range buffs. The real issue is Equipment 2.0. In fact, let's discuss that now. Equipment 2.0, and to a lesser extent field mods, have drastically changed the game. At first, they seemed like a cool way to make the game more interesting by letting you change more characteristics about your tank, which is a good idea in theory. But with the benefit of hindsight, it's clear that there were some unintended side effects. The combination of Equipment 2.0 and field mods is that tanks have too much health, are too fast, and have indestructible tracks. So stuff like improved aiming unit or improved rotation mechanism or modified configuration are good additions that don't hurt the game. However, the real problem is with hardening, turbo, and commander's vision system. Let's discuss the first two. Taking these two pieces of equipment, combined with the field mods, especially the breakthrough field mods, makes tanks too strong. This isn't a theory. The 60 TP was nerfed because of this. Despite the fact that it was unchanged since its release, it was only within the last few years it started to be seen as too strong. Why is that? Well, 2600 health and 35 km/h top speed isn't that crazy. But when you use a bond turbo, bond hardening, combined with its field mods, this thing can get up to 3080 health with a top speed of 45 kilometers per hour. That's right, it has the same health as a mouse, with more than double its speed. It's almost got medium tank speed. So what did Wargaming do? Well, they nerfed their reload, obviously. Why? Because Wargaming are just incompetent and have no idea how their game works. Or take something like the IS-7. Its top speed is 60 kilometers per hour, however, it only ever reaches 51 kilometers per hour, and it has moderate health. With Equipment 2.0, the IS-7 can extend its top speed to 70 kilometers per hour and actually reach it too, while also getting a huge amount of health. So, what should be done? For turbos, the top speed they grant should be halved from 4 kilometers per hour to 2 kilometers per hour. Same with the Bounty turbo. And the Bond turbo should only be plus 3 kilometers per hour. We can increase the horsepower bonus to compensate. It's the top speed that is the problem. For hardening, it shouldn't be percentage based at all. As many people correctly pointed out, hardening only benefits tanks that have a lot of health to begin with, because its increase is multiplicative. Instead, I think hardening should be additive. Really, if you think about it, a mouse that already has plenty of health can get a substantial health boost from hardening. However, something like a T28 Concept gets practically nothing from it, even though it desperately needs a health boost. So, what's the solution? Make the health increase additive. Instead of plus 10% health, it's plus 150 HP. 170 for Bounty, and 200 for Bond hardening. So tanks like the Mouse are less impacted, while tanks like the T28 Concept actually get a big health bonus. This will nerf higher tier tanks, but buff lower tier tanks, which is fine by me. Now, this may buff lower tiers too much. However, there's already a class 1, 2, and 3 hardening, used for different tiers and cost different amounts, but function the same. So, the 150 health bonus can be for class 1, or higher tiers, whereas class 2 and 3 can boost the health by 120 and 80 respectively. This means that Bounty and Bond hardening though will have to automatically adjust themselves to match, but whatever. You know what? It might not actually even be a problem if lower tiers can boost their health a lot more. Because, well, okay, I'm gonna have to go a bit off topic for this point. Okay, fine, I will. For some reason, the health and DPM scaling in World of Tanks is backwards. Like, here's an example. When going from tier 5 to 10, your health generally goes up by around 3 times. But your DPM doesn't. It doesn't go up by anything even as close to as much. This means that lower tiers are very unforgiving because you effectively have high tier DPM against tanks with very little health. What? Like, shouldn't the low tiers be the easy forgiving tier where everybody has lots of health and low DPM and you can make a lot of mistakes and you're good to go? Whereas the high tiers are the unforgiving tier where people can really influence the battle with their insane firepower. No, it's backwards. This is why seal clubbing is a thing. You take tier 10 DPM, put it in a tier 5 or 4 or even 3, then have it fight tanks with no health, played by noobs. No shit, people are gonna abuse this. Anyway, there is nothing you can do about this because it would basically require you to rebalance every single tank in the game. No. This is why I think plus 150 health on a tier 2 wouldn't actually be that big of a deal. Because, like, new players will be able to survive for longer and learn the game more efficiently. Like, holy shit, a T7 car does 400 damage in 5 seconds. It only has 300 health. This means it can fully kill someone from full in 4 seconds. 4 seconds! Okay, what tier 10 tank can kill someone from full in 4 seconds? That's right, none. Not even the Foshby or the Waffle could do that. So really, giving them 150 health with hardening will make the game much more forgiving for them. Anyway, back to hardening. This change is nice, but still doesn't change the fact that hardening is too strong. This is because hardening does a lot more than just boost your health. In fact, its other abilities are what push it to the overpowered zone. It gives you more track health. This means fast heavies cannot be immobilized, and armored tank destroyers cannot be tracked and circled. Not only is that bad, but it actually gets worse. Say you do end up taking off its tracks. When the tracks repair, they don't repair to their damaged but functional state. They repair to full health. Full health? Better yet, they repair faster when using hardening. No, this is ridiculous. The solution is to consider additional grousers. See, hardening is an A tier equipment, whereas grousers is D tier. Let's equalize this. How about the part of hardening that improves your suspension actually goes to the piece of equipment that improves your suspension? Grousers. Okay, yes, I know grousers are for your tracks. It's just, who cares? Whatever. We can rename this piece of equipment to reinforced grousers. Now that turbos have been nerfed, and grousers have all the great track perks that hardening used to have, reinforced grousers will actually be a viable choice instead of turbo, as their original function of improving the ground resistances will make the tanks go faster as well. So, we've balanced out the equipment while making one of the most useless ones actually useful, especially for TDs. Lastly, Commander's vision system should be removed from the game. It's a bit too toxic in that it negates everything but the sneakiest tank's camo rating and makes it extremely difficult to play any position that isn't a hull down. But because it's so mandatory for other light tanks essentially only have 2 equipment slots, since you have to take CVS in order to be competitive against enemy lights. Light tanks that may want to improve their mobility or their gun handling can't, because they have to take this piece of equipment. Honestly, ask yourself, has the addition of CVS actually improved the game? Honestly, I don't think it has. And most of you don't think so either. To be fair though, Wargaming wouldn't want to outright remove content from their game, so let's be honest. CVS should be heavily nerfed to where it's as useful as, say, the improved radio set. That is not very useful at all, outside of very specific scenarios. Because of a certain someone, mediums that already have more view range and firepower than lights are taking CVS to outspot them. Even though the medium tank is sacrificing its firepower, it still has more than the light tank. Along with the fact that lights and mediums usually have around the same view range, if not slightly more than the mediums, now you give them CVS and it's no wonder why light tanks that aren't dedicated scouts suffer. The advantages these pieces of equipment give need to be leveled off so that all tanks are fighting on a more level playing field. We need more of a level playing field. Like, take this extreme case as an example, okay? It's a thought experiment. Imagine a piece of equipment that cuts your reload down by 90%, but also your health. Technically, it would be balanced in the sense that you get something at the cost of something. And this equipment wouldn't even be used on most tanks because of its downside. Like, what good is a mouse with a super fast reload if it instantly gets one shot at the moment it's spotted? Or even killed by an arty splash, you know what I mean? Like, even with a medium tank, this holds true. So yeah, in theory, it's fine, right? Well, until an SDRV-103 mounts it, and is basically an invisible machine gun, or an FV-4005, one-shotting people every 3 seconds. This equipment has disproportionately made some tanks way too strong, while making others way too weak, or not changing them at all. It should be removed. Now, CVS is nowhere close to being at this level. However, I think I've made my point well. This piece of equipment is not very good for the game. There is an alternative idea for CVS that would make it potentially really interesting. However, this is for the second half of the video where I discuss new content and new game mechanics. So let's just continue with fixing the game for now. So this is what I would do to fix equipment. However, this is only half the story. Field mods, for the most part, don't really do much for your tank. They're small things here and there. However, there are 2 specific field mods which stand out as problematic. Breakthrough and Tank Destroyer field mods. Specifically with Breakthrough, you can get plus 4 km/h to your top speed at the cost of pretty much nothing. This is just a flat out 4 km/h buff to anything that has this field mod. It's too much. And if that wasn't enough, they also get a health buff of 2%, which doesn't sound like a lot, But when your tank already has lots of health, and you pair it with bond hardening, it starts becoming too much. Especially since simply unlocking field mods already gives you a health boost to begin with. So altogether, it actually gives you a lot of health, almost as much as what our new hardening would give. This is too much. I'd nerf all the health and speed bonuses given by the field mods by half. So instead of +4, it's +2 km/h. And instead of +2% health, it's +1% health. This, of course, means we have to nerf the assault field mod from 2 km/h to 1. This will make breakthrough heavies much more balanced. Another problem is the first field mod for tank destroyers. It says 30% to suspension durability and 15% to ground resistances, but at the cost of traverse speed. Now this is quite the decision, because a tougher suspension means you won't get tracked as easily and flanked. But turning slower means that you will get flanked easier. So it's quite a toss-up. Except, this isn't true. The buff you get to your ground resistances actually fully negates the loss in traverse speed. In fact, it's actually more than just negating. It makes you turn faster. Look, the T110E3 has a traverse speed of 23.78 degrees a second. If I choose the field mod that is supposed to make me turn faster, I turn slower. Look, effective traverse speed, 21.23 degrees a second. So there is literally only one option, which is to choose the field mod that makes you gain track health and also turn faster. Now there's a handful of field mods that are kind of like this in that there's really only one clear choice to pick. And this wouldn't be that big of an issue if it wasn't for the fact that 30% to suspension durability is utterly ridiculous. If you pair this with hardening, you cannot be tracked. Take the Jagdpanzer E100, a tank you most certainly would want to track. It has a track health of 300. This means something like an Object 140 with its 320 alpha damage can take the tracks off this tank with one shot a bit more than half the time. Or something like an E5, which could never roll below 300, can take the tracks off a Jagdpanzer E100 with one shot every time. Now, if you pick this field mod and take bond hardening, your track health is now 683. What the hell? A BZ-75 with its 152mm gun couldn't take its tracks off with one shot. This is why a lot of tanks are so busted, because what normally would be considered the counter to these tanks, which is flanking and circling, simply doesn't exist. Your tracks are almost impossible to take off, and when they do come off, they repair much faster. And when they do repair, they repair to full health. And you also turn faster. This is silly. To fix this, remove the maintaining speed when crossing all terrain types bonus, and make the track health bonus go from 30% to 10%. That way it's actually a real choice, and if you choose track health, you're not immediately some unstoppable beast. This is all that needs to be done to field mods really. No other field mod comes close to being this impactful to a tank's capabilities. And these nerfs will put these specific field mods more in line with pretty much all other field mods. One small tangent I'd like to go off on is large and small repair kits and med kits. So for a while, they were single use. Once you use your kit, it's gone. Then Wargaming made kits have infinite uses but have a cooldown. I think this was a good change. It really did reduce frustration. However, it did have the unintended side effect of making tracking kind of useless, since a 90-second cooldown really isn't that long. It's basically impossible to track and damage someone because they will most certainly have a repair kit ready. Then Wargaming did something really stupid. They made small repair kits fix everything on your tank, just like large repair kits. But that's not the stupid part. The stupid part is to make large kits better, they reduced its cooldown to 60 seconds instead of 90. This literally made the problem worse. No. What should have been done is buff the small kits so that they fix everything, but in return make the cooldown longer, 120 seconds instead of 90. This would have combated the excessive repairs problem. I'll also go a step further. The first time you use a repair kit, the cooldown is normal. but every subsequent use of the repair kit adds 30 seconds to its cooldown. This means during the late game, players will have to be very careful with how they use their repair kit. You can't just drive around carelessly and have the repair kit save you every minute. By the way, I am aware of the grace period repair and medkits provide on the RU server. For a few seconds, you cannot get any modules damaged or crews killed, which definitely also reduces frustration. However, I'm not a fan of this. There is skill involved with autoloaders when they track someone, wait for them to repair their tracks before tracking them again. Adding this grace period just dumbs down the game, allowing shitters to get away with more and punishing good players who aim carefully and fire strategically. If anything, I would only allow this grace period for crew members, because nobody's really aiming to injure crews consistently, but they are definitely aiming for tracks consistently. So I think my version of these consumables will provide the best of both worlds, allowing infinite uses, while also discouraging players from playing too carelessly, because if they abuse the repair kit too much, it won't be there for them later when they really need it. Overpowered premium tanks have plagued this game since the beginning, like the Type 59 and the Super Pershing. However, it really kicked off in 2016 with the introduction of the Patriot, Defender, and Scorpion. And look, instead of giving them real tank designations, they gave them some goofy mobile game names. Shows you the marketing shift. Wargaming catering to a market that doesn't exist. Anyway, the proposal in my Tier 8 premium video was to move overpowered tanks to Tier 9 and underpowered tanks to Tier 7. Now, moving weaker Tier 8s to Tier 7 would disrupt the balance of the game currently. Some adjustments would have to be made before that. So first I would just stick to moving the problematic Tier 8s to Tier 9 while giving them buffs suited for that tier. If you want specifics, you can watch that video. However, in short, moving overpowered premiums to Tier 9 actually fixes 3 issues, not just one. The first issue is the obvious one. Overpowered tanks are at a tier higher, so now their toxic quality is not as toxic. But it also fixes the second issue, which is the lack of an incentive to buy Tier 8 premiums. As I previously said, why would you want to buy any new medium or heavy tank if you already own the absolute best tanks available and that will never be topped? You don't. But by moving them to Tier 9, you, Wargaming, could actually market new Tier 8 premiums that are balanced, and they will actually sell. Lastly, it combats another massive issue, which is the saturation at Tier 8. Basically, the entire game is at Tier 8, and some at Tier 10. Only recently Tier 9 have started to become popular, as there are now Tier 9 premiums that aren't garbage and are actually worth playing. Wargaming has done an excellent job trying to push people up the tech tree. Like when you start the game, you skip straight to Tier 3. Then with all the boosters and multipliers, you'll be rushed to Tier 8 in no time. I guess the idea is that Wargaming wants you to buy Tier 8 premiums because you are now at a tier with worse economy. Or the game is so difficult at this tier as a new player that you hope to buy a nice premium or something. I don't really know, to be honest. All I know is that this is a huge mistake. I can just tell by the content. 10 years ago, YouTubers would make videos on replays from a variety of tiers, because effectively the entire game was played. Now in 2025, every replay I see is from tiers 8 to 10. This is an extremely retarded way to structure your game, where the entire game's content is concentrated into 20% of it. The reason I think this is the case is because although there are premiums at a variety of tiers, from 2 all the way to 9, it was Tier 8s that made the most credits. They have the highest credit multiplier, I believe. This idea was doomed from the start. The idea is that Wargaming could charge the most money for the highest tier premium, which they would market as being the best credit earners. Well, the result is an insane saturation at Tier 8, to the point where Wargaming even started adding Tier 9 premiums since nobody needed any more Tier 8s. In my opinion, every premium tank in this game should have the same credit multiplier that Tier 8s do. You do not need to give Tier 8s this special treatment for them to sell. I remember being a new player All I wanted to do was get to tier 10. Tier 8s are already desirable to a new player simply because they're high tier. I want it so that premium tanks of any tier can make good credits. This way, players can actually grind their mid-tier premiums without feeling like they're wasting their boosters. I want to take this a step further. Every tier will be dedicated to earning a specific currency. Tier 9 premiums are good bond earners. Let's make it so that Tier 7 premiums are good free XP earners, and Tier 6 premiums are good XP earners. Tier 8s don't need any special bonuses because there are enough people playing Tier 8s and we don't need to encourage people to play that tier. With this being done, Wargaming can sell Tier 5, 6, and 7 premiums and people will actually want to buy them. Now, generally, Tier 5, 6, and 7s are cheaper than Tier 8 premiums, which means Wargaming in theory will not make as much money. The only solution to this is to force bundle them with a bunch of gold and premium time to artificially jack up the price. Yes, I know this is scummy. I understand this is not fair and it's a bad thing to do. However, like I keep saying, we have to suggest things that Wargaming will actually do, or else we're just wasting our time. I could sit here and say, Tier 5 premium should make you 1 million gold a game and only cost $3, and you would all cheer me on, exclaiming that this would be awesome. But that's not something Wargaming is gonna do. I'm just yapping at that point. Take for example the ARMT. This tank was used as filler for the loot boxes. Its funky design meant that its stats don't really matter in terms of marketing. Wargaming could make it have the single worst DPM at Tier 5. This tank is absolutely appalling. They really missed an opportunity to add the M41 Walker Bulldog type of tank, but at Tier 5. All they would have to do is give this thing 8 shots in the magazine, not 3. The DPM would be a respectable 1700, and its clip potential would be a very nice 920. It's balanced by the fact that a 2-second interclip isn't really that fast for such a low alpha damage gun. It will take 14 seconds to unload all these rounds. That's not fast at all. It also has no armor at all, so this tank would be fun to play but not overpowered. It would sell really well. Players will make the same amount of credits playing it as they would in a Tier 8 premium, except they get an XP bonus as well. I can't believe the state of this tank is currently 800 DPM. Is this a joke? Tier 2s have double this DPM. What really puts on full display Wargaming's ineptitude is the 2023 loot boxes. They had the BZ-176 and the Char MLE-75 in the same boxes. Now, I don't even need to describe to you what the BZ-176 is, but the Char MLE-75? This is single-handedly the weirdest tank in the game. Wargaming made it so weird that players don't enjoy playing it. Let me tell you all the quirks about this tank. It's got a speed mode and an autoloader. The autoloader has 6 shots, but only 2 bursts. That means you click once and it fires 3 rounds, like a fucking M16. Then you wait 3.5 seconds to do it again. Okay, that just seems unnecessarily complicated. But it gets worse. Going into speed mode doesn't just change your top speed and mobility, but it changes everything else. First of all, your view range and camo drop, which, you know, kind of blows when you're a light tank trying to scout. It also nukes your gun handling, as you would expect, but it also slows down your unload speed? What? It goes from 1 second to 1.2 seconds. What? Why? The turret traverse speed goes from one of the fastest in the game to one of the slowest. This is one of the heaviest tanks at Tier 9. I think it's the 2nd heaviest, and it's not far from 1st place. Yet, it has one of the lowest healths. What? I think Wargaming wanted to avoid making an autoloader light tank with a super fast speed mode from being overpowered, and went through all these ridiculous hoops to try and make it as uncomfortable and weird as possible to play. The result is that they could have made a Tier 9 version of a super popular tank, the MX-1357. Except instead, they made a niche tank that is only really appreciated by very good players. You know what all they would have to do is? Well, at the moment, it takes 5.5 seconds to fully unload this tank's clip. So instead of this burst bullshit, Make it a normal 6-shot autoloader with a 1.1 second intro clip, which is actually slower than the 1357. It will retain the exact same unload time for all 6 shots, except it won't be nearly as annoying to play. Like the bad DPM, bad view range, bad camo, bad gun handling, bad penetration, and low health weren't enough for Wargaming. They had to give it a weird mode to balance out the clip damage. If Wargaming were to do this, and maybe buff the reload just a little bit, this tank would become extremely popular the way the AMX 1357 is, and thus sell. There are a variety of tanks that are already interesting or can be buffed slightly to fit in today's meta that would sell very well. Another fantastic idea I had is allowing players to turn their favorite tech tree tank into a premium. You basically purchase premium status for it. This won't be as cheap as paying for a lower tier premium. However, in return, you have the ability to select any tank at and between tiers 5 to 9. So you could turn your T95 or T30 into credit earners, or the IS-32, or even the, I don't know, AMX M454 to name a few popular examples. I see no reason why this isn't available already. It makes money off of tanks that already exist in the game, while also satisfying the players. Stats are the second worst aspect of World of Tanks. Everything else that is problematic is made worse by having it constantly affecting your stats. You may not agree, but you just don't realize it yet. In 2014, for example, if you were playing and got one-shotted by an arty across the map, you thought to yourself, "Oh silly me, I died again, whoopsie," because you were new and didn't know any better. Whereas after you've been playing for years and the same thing happens, you rage quit the game. Now this is also true for the number one worst aspect of World of Tanks, the player pool, being that with more players you have more noobs that will put up with this sort of thing. However, we're discussing the second worst aspect right now, which is stats. The desire to have a high win rate, or high W-win rate, or higher average damage per game, combined with the huge inequality in between tanks, jumbled together with every aspect of combat in this game being RNG dependent, which means that players simply just don't want to play. They don't want to see some imaginary number go down. No matter how stupid that sounds, it's true. Do you have any idea how many times I personally ask a friend, let's platoon this tank together? I don't know, like triple IS-7 platoon or something. And the friend refuses to play because they're close to their third mark, or they don't want to ruin their DPG, damage per game. Something usually stats related. It's sad, isn't it? That the only way to maintain their arbitrary stats metric is alone, playing safely. Even that doesn't help. Any bad aspect of World of Tanks, like maps, bad teams, overpowered tanks, turbo games, things that ruin your game, are all made 10 times worse when you're so close to 3 marking a tank. Almost anytime you see someone freaking out over the game, they've got the third Mark of Excellence mod installed, showing them just how much their precious number went down. And the worst part is that you can't platoon in World of Tanks and 3 mark a tank at the same time, because you'll be fighting your platoon mate for the damage you need to achieve it. The worst part is that even if you personally don't care much about your stats, your teammates certainly do. Those are those teal players screaming in chat, camping at the back of the map, which means your teammates will play in a way that benefits them to your detriment. Top tier heavies sniping in the back, refusing to take hits and win a flank, because if they die, then their precious stat number goes down. It's safer to just let your teammates die as you farm up damage from the back. No, this is pathetic. Like in World of Tanks, your competitive skills for clan wars are judged on your performance in the random matches. It's ridiculous. I propose a new mode for World of Tanks. Casual randoms. Essentially, it's identical to randoms, like even sharing the same queue. When you select the casual randoms mode, you will still be put into games with people playing on regular randoms. The only difference is that your stats are not tracked, like at all. It has its pros and cons. The pros are that if you are fed up or want to play more silly in platoons, or you just don't want to have to worry about anything, you can select this mode. You can play 1,000 games in casual randoms your battle counter will not move up. In fact, none of your stats will move up. Now, like I said, there are cons. You can't earn anything outside of the currencies. What I mean by that is, you get an insane 12-kill game where you want a 1 versus 5, for example. You will not get a Radley Walters or a Kolobanov's medal or even a mastery badge. Your highest kill counter won't update and your mark of excellence won't increase. That's the sacrifice you make playing in casual randoms. You can still make credits, XP, and bonds, of course, otherwise this mode would just drain your credits and be a waste of time. Now, I would still allow players to complete personal campaign missions though, because a lot of these missions require you to play in non-optimal ways in order to complete them. Like, missions where you have to bounce a lot of damage require you to take hits, so you will intentionally expose your tank for more than you need to in order to complete them, hoping people will bounce off you, right? Or how about those crit missions where you have to do a certain amount of crits, which basically means you just have to fire high explosive and do very little damage. It's stupid. So if you need to complete some silly mission by playing in a weird way, you can do it in casual randoms without fear of it ruining your stats. Now, this doesn't solve anything. However, it's a stopgap for the time being. The whole point of this mode is to reduce some of the frustration players have and keep them playing the game. This will be a common theme, by the way. How do we keep players playing World of Tanks as much as possible? And let me tell you, it's not by turning the garage into some mobile game with useless tasks to do during Christmas. By keeping players on for as much as possible, we get them as invested as much as possible to the game. World of Tanks does a fantastic job of convincing people to rage quit. Players often talking about how they have like 2 or 3 games in them before they get fed up and log off. No, instead of logging off, we should provide them with an alternative. If Wargaming really wanted to milk this idea, they could, in theory, lock this casual randoms mode behind a WoT Plus subscription. Yeah, that's pretty scummy to be honest, but I have no doubt Wargaming would do something like this. I mean, is it really unfair? It's not like you're losing something. You didn't have this mode before it was introduced, and you don't have it now, unless you pay. Your gameplay hasn't changed, but for WoT Plus players, it has improved. Is that unfair? Also, instead of WoT Plus players, I will henceforth be referring to them as WoT Plusies. One idea worthy of mentioning, maybe instead of recon missions, all the testing is done in the casual randoms, because this would allow for more consistent battles over a greater time frame, so you could get a lot more testing done. And players won't be so upset about potential bad changes, since these games aren't affecting their stats. It's just a thought though, something to consider for now. Something I would also like to change is grand battles. The vast majority of players have grand battles disabled, and it's no wonder why. You have the same tank with the same DPM and health, except now you have to fight 30 enemies instead of 15. Your individual contribution is reduced relative to your team, and mistakes are far more punishing. What I would do for grand battles is allow for 3 respawns, sort of like in Frontline. Since the maps are much bigger and the teams are larger, it's fitting since this works in Frontline. You can change what tank you're playing between respawns, like an Onslaught. However, this is after you die. You can't change the tank you are playing during the initial countdown. Now, unlike Frontline, you are actually allowed to respawn in the tank you just died in. There is no cooldown, because at the end of the day, this is still the random queue and players may want to grind just one specific tank. I think this will make grand battles far more interesting, because, like in Frontline, you can try to make a risky play to progress the game, and if it doesn't work out, you can simply respawn. Or if you died early in a heavy tank, because there's a huge group of heavies sweeping through, let's say, the city, you can, for example, ready up a high firepower tank destroyer, like a Badger, to try and halt them. Or for example, the game has reached a stalemate as there are too many tank destroyers hiding in bushes. You can ready up a scout tank to try and spot them. The idea is that although the individual player is less impactful, with the ability to respawn and change their vehicle, they can actually be more impactful. Now, I would also like to extend Grand Battles to Tier 8. So, now there will be big 30v30 matches at Tier 8 and 10. You may be able to guess why. With the absurd oversaturation of Tier 8s, and to a lesser extent Tier 10s, pulling them out of the queue and into Grand Battles means there are at least 60 less Tier 8s in the queue at the current moment. This will improve the matchmaker, as hopefully this means Tier 6s and 7s can be top tier more often, since they aren't forced to constantly be propping up the bottom of Tier 8 games. The maps in World of Tanks are the third worst aspect of the game, and I have a very long and thorough analysis of why. However, in this video, I'll briefly go through the key points. Wargaming follows a certain map doctrine that, although may have worked in the past, means that in the present, every single new map they make is garbage. That being the 3 corridor rule. Now, this isn't exactly what they call it, it's a name the community has given it, but it's extremely obvious that this is an intentional design. By having 3 well-defined sections of the map, linear usually, inexperienced players can more easily navigate the map. That is the only benefit to this rule. The downsides are extraordinary. The obvious being that having an entire map be focused into 3 corridors, one of which is usually the important one, means that gameplay is just boring. It's 2 sides that come face to face and bounce off each other's turrets for the majority of the game. Trench warfare. It's basically trench warfare. And when you finally do win a flank, you now have to take your beaten down tank and try to push invisible campers in the most ridiculously overpowered sniper nests, fitted with bushes and hard cover, which basically means they're impossible to dig out, shy of just rushing them down with a bunch of tanks. Trench warfare again. What the hell? Wargaming found a way to turn a video game that's supposed to be fun into the worst possible way to fight a conflict. It's so on brand for Wargaming to take something that works and ruin it in the name of improving it for new players, they like to claim. Wargaming saw that the game was popular with the maps they already had, then scrapped them and turned them into corridor maps with shit camping snipers on every corner of the map. This is a common theme with most shit decisions Wargaming makes. The simplification and linearization of maps, the armor penetration indicator, and even stripping down the tech tree, all in the name of catering to new players, apparently. How hard does Wargaming gaslight themselves on a day-to-day basis? Yeah, dude, I'm sure the reason new players quit the game is because the tech tree is too confusing. Yeah, it wasn't a problem during World of Tanks' peak popularity, around 2015, but totally, man, this was the problem.
What the fuck are you looking for? There's no pot of gold down there. Are you adjusting the seat, really? That's been your fucking problem the whole time, the seat height. So now you have it, right? Go!
It was the tech tree. That was the problem. So now you have it, right? Oh my god, Wargaming will do everything except address the actual reasons why players leave. Anyway, the solution I gave was to introduce 3 rules for map design that should make new maps that follow them be fun to play for all classes. Those rules are: 1. Do not split the heavy flank into 2 sides separated by a long distance. 2. All sniping positions should be counterable. 3. The majority of the map should be playable to some extent. These rules will ensure that the new map designs will be less like the hell we have now, and more like the good maps we had 10 years ago. Of course, this will take a very long time though, because Wargaming have already invested an enormous sum of cash creating these recon maps, most of which were scrapped, with the 2 making it being some of the most hated maps in the game before having to be reworked not even a year in. I don't expect Wargaming will introduce new maps after that debacle. However, I'm unsure why an entire map even needs to be scrapped when all they would have to do is just change some of the parts so that they follow the rules. Regardless, I suggested reusing the large game mode maps in order to produce a large surplus of potential maps for the random queue. So what you do, you take a small section of a map, convert it into a random map, put them in the recon missions mode to determine which ones will actually work and which ones to scrap. This way, we get a massive influx of new, player-approved maps for the random queue. Look, there's no doubt the amount of time it takes to put 4 borders on a map that already exists, maybe like a dozen times, is less work and less cost than designing a whole new map from scratch. So I would immediately get to doing this so that after the recon mission results, the following patch will have all these new maps. Now, you can already block 2 maps in the game, 3 if you are a WoT plussy. Quite frankly, this isn't enough. It would have been if all the maps in the game were like Redshire, Stalingrad, Himmelsdorf, and the likes. But when the majority of maps are actually poorly designed dog shit like Minsk, Oysters Bay, or Airfield, it is a necessity. It's not that people are blocking maps that they personally don't enjoy for whatever reason. They are blocking maps that are just shit and unplayable. After adding a bunch of these new maps into the game, I will also allow players to block 3 maps and up to 5 for WoT plussies. Until Wargaming can get their shit together with map design, this is how it will have to be. Listen to me, I need to block Airfield, Fisherman's Bay, Erlenberg, Oysters Bay, and Safe Haven in order to even consider playing pubs. And I am certainly not alone in this. Extending the blocked maps list to 5 maps for WoT plussies will make buying WoT Plus more appealing as players get much better gaming experience, while Wargaming makes money. And even people who don't buy it are still gonna get an extra map to block, so I see no reason not to do this. As I said before, I would just pay Lesta to have their maps. It's far less risky of an investment since the maps they have are tried and tested, and are very good. Now, Wargaming says that they do not share anything with Lesta, but I'm like 70% sure that's a lie. Not only because there are shared tanks that maybe were in the making before the split, because their models and textures are actually different, it's only the IP or the intellectual property that is consistent, but because modern map changes made after the split also appear on the RU servers. But most of all, the number designation for RU maps starts at 500, which is a few hundred IDs above the newest map IDs we have. The only reason for this, that I can see, is that they are leaving room for any new maps Wargaming makes to be transferred over without the IDs overlapping. Why else would they do this? So, if it is the case that Wargaming does actually share content with Lesta, Wargaming really needs to just pay for Lesta's assets since they clearly have no idea how to come up with their own ideas. Anyway, it would be super cool if the community could actually make their own maps, but I will discuss this in the new content section of the video, as this is the fixing WoT section of the video. The armor penetration indicator is something that I have been bitching about for years. In fact, the only thing I complained more about is not having 2019 Steel Hunter. I have talked about this so many times, I'm sure you're just dying to hear me talk about it again. Okay, I'll make it very brief in case you don't know. When you aim at armor in World of Tanks, your reticle changes color depending on if you can penetrate a tank or not. Back in the day, the reticle did not account for the angle of the armor, which means it was basically useless as it would almost always show green even though you wouldn't penetrate. So players would have to rely on their own skills and game knowledge to figure out if you would go through someone's armor. Not anymore. Now you basically got tanks GG squeezed into your reticle. Amazing. Now anything that has even the smallest of weak spots can be detected and found. Oh no, balanced tanks are now crap. Don't worry, we'll just remove all their weak spots to compensate. Ta-da! We have single-handedly set the precedent for the next 8 years worth of tanks that will be added into this game. All for the sake of helping out new players that don't exist. Don't mind the fact that it wasn't an issue for the peak of this game. This is what will keep new players. It's not the Lafage, it's the armor penetration indicator. Come World of Tanks 2.0, the armor penetration indicator will be removed, and any armor penetration mods will be illegal. Now this doesn't mean people won't use them, but enough people won't use them so that it won't be an issue any longer. If you disagree with the removal of the armor penetration indicator, too bad. I will remove it, and if people complain about it, I will ignore them. Because why would I concern myself with the opinion of shitters? Anybody who has even a moderate understanding of the game doesn't need it, and its only purpose is to allow anybody of any skill to find that one pixel on someone's armor that they can penetrate. Are we really going to act surprised that tanks don't have weak spots because of this? There are a variety of tanks that continue to cause problems and be the source of many complaints in World of Tanks. One such tank are wheeled vehicles, but specifically the tier 10 one, the EBR 105. Wargaming have nerfed the EBR multiple times, all avoiding the actual issue with the tank and instead changing random stats. They nerfed the gun handling twice, they nerfed the top speed 3 times, and they even nerfed the HE penetration. All these changes are dancing around the actual issue. EBRs have death-defying physics with a very misleading armor layout. Let me quickly explain how the EBR works. It has 2 modes, the rapid mode and the cruise mode. You can switch between them by pressing a button on your keyboard, usually the X key. So the rapid mode makes you travel very fast but turn very slowly, and the cruise mode makes you drive more slowly but turn much quicker. Now the real issue is that there's an exploit that allows you to have the best of both worlds. Here, check it out. This is turning normally, kind of a wide turn. It's pretty easy to lead shots on this thing. However, this is how fast it turns with the exploit. Basically, you switch off and on the cruise mode only for a brief moment, just long enough so that you turn quickly, but not long enough so that you lose all your speed. This means that trying to hit EBRs that do this is nearly impossible. And guess what? If you do hit them, your shell is somehow absorbed by the wheels. Okay, well, they really aren't. This is just something that World of Tanks players say because they don't understand how the game works. The EBR's armor layout is very misleading because its actual hitbox is a lot smaller than it looks. Pubbies can't comprehend the idea that the shell missed the hull and hit some spaced armor or wheels that aren't a part of the hitbox. However, I do agree this layout is pretty obnoxious. So how would I fix the EBR 105? Well, before all that, I'm going to revert it back to its original unnerfed state, since we just discussed that its nerfs did not fix the underlying issue, and just made the tank less enjoyable to play. Its top speed will go back to 100 km per hour, which is in between what it was on the test server and what it was after it was released. Its HE penetration will go back to 105mm, and its gun handling will be buffed, but not buffed quite as much. I will buff it back to its previous aim time, but not quite as good gun dispersion factors, as these values are already a bit ridiculous. Now that the tank's firepower and mobility are back where they should be, let's actually address the real issue with the EBR 105. First of all, its travel mode should take time to switch between. The CS63 has a speed mode, and it takes a few seconds to enter and exit out of. I will do the same thing with the EBR 105. The only difference is that the CS63 has to stop to switch modes. The EBR will not. It'll be kind of like the Contradictious, how when you press the button, it switches modes while moving. This will eliminate the ability to abuse this mode to do crazy maneuvers all over the battlefield. I think the gun handling should be worse in the speed mode, but not CS63 levels, as I think that would be too rough on the tank. The EBR has fantastic gun handling at the moment. Switching to the speed mode should make it go to mediocre. This means the EBR can fire in both modes, but firing on the move in the rapid mode will be kind of ineffective. If it wants to hit targets, it will either have to stop and fully aim, or if it really wants to hit stuff on the move, it has to switch to the cruise mode and be slower. Next, the EBR's view range should actually be similar but slightly worse to other tier 10 light tanks, but only in the cruise mode. This means that if the EBR wants to scout, he has 2 options. Active scouting in the travel mode, where he gets the 100 km top speed, but his view range is very low, so he has to drive up close and personal to scout things, which is pretty much what the EBR does already. Or he can passive scout. He will be as fast as other tier 10 lights, with almost the same view range. This will make the EBR 105 much better rounded for all maps, while also being less toxic to fight against. Now if this wasn't enough, the suspension of the EBR can actually count as a hitbox. Now, normally the chassis is considered spaced armor, and you don't take damage from shooting it. I want to keep this consistency, which is why I don't want the entire wheel to be a hitbox, but just the suspension. This is because the suspension fills in the strange angles that mislead people when shooting the EBR. This really is the best case scenario for the EBR 105. It's much faster, which makes it funner to play, but it's also much easier to hit, which makes it nicer for people who are playing against it. So this is basically what I would do to the EBR 105 and the EBR 90 as well. Now, we can't make these changes to the EBR 75 because it's a premium, but Wargaming will never sell it again anyway because it breaks the matchmaker. Actually, this is a good thing to talk about. Why doesn't Wargaming sell the EBR 75? I know people call it overpowered and pay to win and all that, but so is the Barask and the Skoda T56, and Wargaming sells those all the time. It's because of the matchmaker. Wargaming really bent the game backwards to accommodate wheeled light tanks. Like, you cannot platoon more than one light tank because of the 3-man EBR platoons were too dominant. The matchmaker not only matches light tanks with other lights, but it also now has to match wheeled lights with other wheeled lights. And therein lies the issue. At tier 8, there are 2 wheeled light tanks that get matched together. The EBR 75 and the Lynx. One is amazing and the other is dog shit. Any match that has an EBR 75 fighting a Lynx, the EBR wins the fight and then wins the game. It's obvious from the stats. The Lynx has worse DPM, worse gun handling, is extremely squishy to HE rounds, whereas the EBR isn't, while being a much larger target. Another interesting problem is that the Lynx is much lighter with a less powerful engine. Same power to weight, however obstacles slow this tank down a lot more. If a Lynx hits a tree, it almost comes to a dead stop. This is not true for the EBR 75. It gets even worse, by the way. The EBR 75 has an autoloader, whereas the Lynx doesn't. This means to get the same DPM as the EBR 75, the Lynx has to sacrifice an equipment slot to use a gun rammer, whereas the EBR 75 doesn't. This is extremely unfair because to have the same firepower, the Lynx has to sacrifice some of its scouting capabilities. For example, the EBR equipment is usually something like Commander's Vision System, Optics, and Vents. Maybe low noise, but doesn't matter. The last two push the view range to be as high as it can be. The EBR doesn't need anything to improve the gun, like a rammer or vert stabs, because the gun is already good. But the Lynx does. So we don't actually have to fix the EBR 75. I don't think it's anywhere close to being as toxic as something like a Barask or a BZ. I think what needs to happen is the Lynx actually needs a buff. The main reason the Lynx has worse DPM and gun handling than the EBR 75 is because the Lynx has a larger caliber gun, a 90mm as opposed to a 75mm. Well, I think this is problematic for the Lynx. Did you know that the Lynx's stock gun is actually the EBR 75's gun, just as a single shooter, and heavily nerfed in every way to make it trash? Well, what if the Lynx's stock gun is actually identical to the EBR 75's gun? It's now a 2-shot autoloader with the same stats. And the first 90mm upgrade can stay the same, but the second 90mm upgrade can maintain its crappy DPM and gun handling stats, but be made into a 2-shot autoloader as well. Basically, it will have a 2.5 second interclip reload between the two 90mm shots, which is longer than the 1.5 seconds interclip that the 75mm has. This seems balanced to me. Now the Lynx can either choose to have the same gun as the EBR 75, or a worse performing but higher damaging 90mm version of the autoloader. This will make the Lynx much better to play and far more competitive against other EBR 75s. And really, so what if the gun is as good as the premium version? It's not like Wargaming's ever going to sell it again. People can grind the tech tree to tier 8 and then pay full premium tank price to convert the tech tree tank into a premium. Boom, you basically sold an EBR 75-ish tank without actually selling it. The best part is, If the Lynx is good enough so that the EBR-75 no longer breaks the matchmaker, they could just sell it again. Now, there's still an incentive to buy the EBR-75 over playing the Lynx. Like I previously mentioned, the EBR-75 has a much smaller silhouette, better armor against HE, and maintains its speed when going through obstacles, which wheeled light tanks do quite often. You could say it's scummy to trick players into paying for the Lynx, and by paying I mean paying to convert it into a premium because they want a premium wheeled light, before offering them the EBR-75 later. But really, man, what would you rather have, okay? Think about it. That little bit of trolling marketing, or the BZ-176 and loot boxes. Both generate a lot of revenue for Wargaming, no doubt, but one leaves the game much worse off. There are a few more tanks I would change. Like, for some reason, when the AMX-1390 went from tier 8 to 9, it lost 2 shells in its magazine, going from 6 to 4. I'm not really sure why, since nobody complained about it. I would revert the AMX-1390, 1375, and 12T back to having 6 shots in the magazine instead of 4. RU has already done this, by the way. This would make the tanks more interesting to play for sure, and it means people would be willing to spend money to convert them into premiums to grind credits with. Another big change I would make would be to the Grill 15. This tank was designed to be a perfect sniper tank, then was given bad sniping stats, like the worst gun dispersion factors in the game outside of Arty, poor camo, and poor penetration. I ask you the question, why does the tank before the Grill, at tier 9, have a better gun than the tank at tier 10? Just look at the comparison. The previous tank at tier 9, the WT off Panzer IV, has better DPM, penetration, gun dispersion factors, camo, and has a turret that can turn all the way around. The only thing the Grill 15 has is it's faster. I propose, just like how the E100 has a choice between a 128mm and a 15cm, the Grill 15 will have the same treatment. Basically, the Grill can mount the WT Alf Panzer IV's gun from tier 9 and have the same insane accuracy as the 15cm, but with the added benefit of better gold pen, better dispersion factors, DPM, and the best part, the ability to turn the turrets all the way around. This would make the Grill 15 basically like a tier 10 Scorpion G. I would also buff the camo so that it's actually more than something like a freaking E4 for crying out loud. This combination of a fully traversable turret, better camo, and a gun that is actually good for what's intended to do, sniping, means the Grill 15 will actually be an enjoyable tank to play and will be far less frustrating. Another example of a tank long since forgotten is the T-49 and the Sheridan. Their high explosive guns were designed for the old HE mechanics, where splash damage was actually a viable option. Now it's in a weird spot. It sacrifices everything to get a big gun, sacrifices DPM, aim time, accuracy, gun handling, speed, and camo. The only thing it has going for it is its view range. Really, this tank needs multiple buffs everywhere, but I'll just stick to buffing what makes the tank special. Its 152mm gun. Its turret traverse dispersion makes this tank basically unplayable without vert stabs, rotation mechanism, and whatnot. Which really blows since this is a light tank and has to use light tank equipment. I would buff this from 0.35 to 0.16 so that it's actually more in line with the other dispersion factors, and would mean the gun is actually usable without having to sacrifice all scouting capabilities. Remember, it still has its atrocious aim time and accuracy. Next, I will buff the penetration on all shells. This is long overdue. Basically, every HE tank at this point has HE rounds that can actually penetrate armor. Except this thing. The penetration is 76, 152, and 85mm for all 3 rounds. I would buff this to 152mm of HE penetration, so it matches the caliber, which is usually what Wargaming does for high explosive rounds. And for the heat rounds, there'll be 210mm of heat pen, and for the special HE, it'll be 165mm of penetration. There are plenty of other tanks that could have small tweaks done to them here and there. However, the ones I just mentioned are examples that badly need these changes right now. And the thing is, since the T49 now will be actually enjoyable to play with the big gun, people will be highly inclined to pay Wargaming to convert it into a premium. So, premium ammo has been an issue in the game since premium ammo was able to be purchased with credits. In case you didn't know, premium ammo long ago could only be purchased with actual gold, which is why it's called gold ammo. Now, a commonly shared idea to fix gold ammo is to make them do less damage. That way people don't just spam gold and actually have to be careful with their ammo choices. But you're a smarty pants. You know better. You understand that making gold ammo do less damage is a terrible idea, because you just end up buffing heavy tanks. Like the Mouse and 279E are already impossible to pen with standard rounds, so you have to load gold, except now you do less damage to them? You're telling me the tanks with less health and no armor get hit for just as hard, but tanks with lots of health and armor get hit for less? That's stupid. So if that's not the solution, what is then, oh dear chems? Well, I know the solution. Are you ready? Okay. The solution is to make premium rounds do less damage than standard rounds. No, I'm not trolling, I'm serious. Okay, hear me out. When you say make gold rounds do less damage, what are you thinking? Minus 25% to damage or something? Well, how about instead it's minus 2.5% damage? So for example, a 390 alpha damage gun does 380 with gold, or a 400 alpha damage gun does 390. You may be thinking, chems, how is that going to do anything? It's such a tiny minuscule nerf. Exactly. It's as if we buffed heavies by a measly 2.5%. That's like half events, except it's only for your health. Realistically, this isn't going to make any armored tank that much more effective. If you're fighting a Mouse, 390 alpha or 400, it's basically the same thing, right? So then, how does this help curb gold spam? Well, who spams gold? Sweaty nerds trying to get high damage and high W8 games. Okay, is this going to make them stop spamming gold just to have a 2.5% edge? Maybe. But all it will take is a sweaty nerd low rolling a one-shot 2 or 3 times with gold before they blame the lower damage on the gold rounds and switch back to standard. That's right, mind games. People love to associate things with other things, like how popping a credit booster gives you worse matchmaking, or how you always low roll a tank that is a one-shot. Well, let's harness people's superstitions to make them believe that gold ammo gives them worse RNG. People are they love to cope. They're massive copers. They believe the lower alpha damage is the reason they keep leaving people on very low health when they're a one-shot. Even though it's completely down to RNG at the end of the day, simply believing it's true means they won't spam gold as often. Now, these are mind games, of course. To be fair, they may work amazingly, or they may not work at all. However, another idea is to introduce a new ammo type. Armor-piercing, fin-stabilized, discarding Sabo, basically AP FSDS. This ammo actually exists on the RU server. It was added recently as part of the update alpha. This is how they work. The further the shell travels through a tank, the more damage it does. That's right. If you shoot a light tank, or a tank's cupola, both of which are already weak and don't need gold, you will do very little damage. But if you shoot at a big derpy heavy tank's lower plate, or like right at the front of a 279, you will do massive damage. This is a fantastic way to make it so that premium ammo, which is AP FSDS, is useful against big armored tanks that need the higher penetration, but not so useful against smaller mediums and lights. You don't actually want to spam this ammunition at everything, and you do actually want to switch to standard AP when appropriate. Here you can see in this example, this tank has an alpha damage of 1050. I shoot AP at a heavy, I do 1050, I shoot AP at something squishy, I do 1050. Now, switch to AP FSDS. I shoot a heavy, I do much more damage. I shoot something small and squishy, I do much less damage. I honestly cannot think of a better way to balance premium ammo in this game. Of course, this really only works with AP FSDS, right? Now, certain tanks that have APCR as gold ammo can have it replaced with AP FSDS, like the Leopard 1. It's actually the perfect tank to give Sable rounds to because the Leopard 1 has 2 APCR rounds, right? It has the standard one and the premium one. So the premium one is just flat out better. Normally, with premium rounds, they have some downsides usually. Like firing heat, it has no normalization and is weak to spaced armor. And choosing APCR instead of AP means you get less normalization. However, the Leopard's ammo means that there's actually zero reason to not shoot only gold. If the Leopard got Sable rounds instead for its gold, this means there would actually be a reason to shoot the standard APCR instead of the Sabos. That reason being, you are shooting a light tank, lightly armored tank destroyer, or small squishy medium. There are plenty of tanks that could have their premium ammo changed to AP FSDS. Now, this won't instantly fix premium ammo, because this doesn't affect heat rounds as I mentioned, and mid to low tiers aren't going to have access to such a modern round. However, this can be in conjunction with the 2.5% damage reduction to premium ammo. Now, of course, this new shell mechanic will require a lot of testing, as you may imagine. What Wargaming could do is make the APCR rounds in Steel Hunter actually these new AP FSDS for testing, because in that mode, the special rounds actually do less damage the way people think they want it to. It still retains its high penetration as you would expect, but the result is that the ammo is pretty much never used, because why the hell would you want to do less damage? By making the special ammo AP FSDS, you can test its mechanics while also making the mode better. After testing, a tier 9 premium with a modern gun could be introduced with this special ammo. An entire tech tree can be made with this as its gimmick afterwards. Soon, if desired, all sorts of tanks whose premium ammo is APCR can be changed to AP FSDS. Now again, this won't instantly fix everything immediately, but I think it's a step in the right direction while also being a new and interesting game mechanic. Alright, now with all the issues of World of Tanks dealt with, we need a way to actually convince players to come back to the game. This will be the really interesting part, because there are so many cool ways to get people playing. And remember, that's the main goal after all. Get players playing and keep players playing for as long as possible. If we do that, then we make a lot of money and don't have to do all this BS marketing stuff. This can be done in a variety of ways, with new game modes, new campaign missions, a new cosmetic system, tier 11 tanks, and even changes to the game's servers. So let's begin small and work our way up. So as I mentioned, there is a potential solution to CVS that could fix it, but it could just as easily make the game worse. It definitely requires a lot of testing. But basically, you guys remember when I suggested the idea that being able to negate certain tanks' camouflage by aiming at them with some sort of thermal vision? It was in a video long ago that is kind of outdated given the current meta.
I think it's there actually.
When you enable the scanner beam, you can specifically aim at where you think the enemy light or camping tank destroyer is. And if your reticule is over them, you drop their camo by 5% every second that you are on them. You don't know that you're on them, but you're making your best guess. The scanner is active for about 10 seconds, before having a 30-second cooldown. The enemy will know about it too. If they have sound detection, their tank can have sort of a vibrating microwavy sound in which they will know their camo is being dropped, and they can choose to sit in the bush and get spotted, or leave the bush. When they leave the scanner beam, their camo goes up by 5% every second until it's back to normal. I think the return to normal should not be instant, because if someone is honed in on your bush, simply wiggling back and forth is enough to completely counter this. So I want the microwave beam to actually be useful and not that easily countered. maybe you don't even have to aim at them. It could be a cone extending from your tank that covers a wide area. Aiming at the person drops their camo by 5% a second, but being in the coverage zone might drop their camo by 3% a second. That way, an enemy light tank that's holding back an entire flank from advancing can be forced to leave their position. And remember, again, this is only in the case of... Lesta pretty much added what I suggested almost one-to-one. Now, it's slightly different, but I'll just quickly explain the mechanic. When this thermal vision is activated, anybody in a narrow cone in front of your tank will be spotted, regardless of their camouflage. However, it will take a few seconds of scanning before it actually happens. Now, you can tell you're going to detect someone based on audio cues. Here, listen closely. The thing is though, the person you are trying to spot actually gets a notification warning them that they're about to be spotted. So they can move if they want to, just like what I said in that video. I played several games with this new mechanic, which is only available on this single tank, which is part of a new tech tree by the way. Now, I really disagree with the part where this feature is only available on this one tank, which by the way is one of the most heavily armored tanks in the game now. I think this could be what CVS is instead. I mean, just look at the icon. Another thing I would change is the cooldown and charges. Currently on the Russian server, you can use this 4 times before running out of charges, and the cooldown between using each charge is 30 seconds. I don't like this idea because it basically means this equipment is useless when you run out of the charges, and light tanks need to spot early game, mid game, and late game. Instead, I would make it infinite uses, but the cooldown is 90 seconds. And I'll restrict CVS to light tanks only. Because if mediums could mount CVS, then it would just be hell. Because too many people would be scanning every bush and it'd basically be impossible to scout or do anything, quite frankly. Now, of course, the button you press to activate it is the X key, or whatever you binded siege mode to. Obviously, tanks like the EBR already have this key to switch between the speed modes, right? So if there's a conflict, you can just have it automatically switch to like Control X or something to activate the thermal vision. Now, one small adjustment I would make to this new CVS thermal vision is removing the audio cue when you're going to spot someone. This makes the equipment too easy to use. You can just scan the area and stop when you hear a noise. There is no skill involved with this. Without the audio cue, the player will have to decide where he believes the enemy is and put faith in his own judgment alone and see if he's correct. There's already a huge game within a game when it comes to trying to outspot enemy lights, right? It's a constant mind game thinking, oh, where is he? You look for obvious bushes, any trees that have fallen, you do spotting checks to see what position the enemy would have to be in order to spot you. So currently in the game, once you make a prediction on where the enemy light is, well, you just basically have to wait, right? You just gotta wait until he does something, because what else are you gonna do? But with this new version of CVS, you can actually put your theory to the test and be rewarded for your careful analysis, right? You aim at the bush you think he's in, and he's got 5 seconds to either leave it or get spotted. The best part is that the enemy light you're trying to spot with thermal vision knows if it's happening, right? So he can leave the bush you are scanning to avoid being spotted, which just that alone could give you the breathing room you need to make a play. Okay, so you may be thinking, Chems, it seems like you've made CVS even stronger. Doesn't that make the situation worse for light tanks? They basically all have to take the same 3 pieces of equipment in order to be competitive scouts, right? Yeah. You're right for thinking that. However, here's my thinking. These 3 pieces of equipment are required to outspot enemy lights, right? Like, that's the only reason you take something like low noise, right? You don't need low noise exhaust to outspot regular tanks, right? You need low noise exhaust to outspot the enemy scout before he spots you. So, what if instead of needing 3 pieces of equipment to outspot the enemy scouts, you only needed 1? You don't need the other 2 because CVS is good enough for spotting enemy scouts. In fact, you might not even need optics on higher tier lights since they have so much view range anyway. Like the Panzerwagen, right? It can already get to 480 meters view range, without optics. That's already much higher than the 445 meters max view range. So CVS being the only scouting equipment necessary for light tanks trying to outspot other light tanks means that light tanks that may want to focus on dealing damage can actually take equipment to help them do that. Like for example, the Panzer wagon would definitely want to take a gun rammer so that its firepower, although still less than pretty much any other medium, is still really good. And it can actually do something outside of scouting. Remember, that's what makes the best light tanks the best. It's because they can scout and also do damage. Or here, the best example is the Sheridan. Its big HE gun, which is pretty much unusable because of its gun handling. And the Sheridan is just a slow light tank. Like at the beginning of the match, you have to rush into the early bush, but this thing's so slow it's always late to it. And combined with its poor camo means it always gets spotted even before it has a chance to get into position. I mean, look at my Sheridan right here. I took a damaged loadout because I want to use the gun for crying out loud, and I'm getting outspotted by the enemy light through bushes. What the hell kind of bullshit is this? Well, instead of being forced to choose between being a useless scout or having a useless gun, it can still scout while having an actual functional gun. And for the Ultra Scout maps, like Prokhorovka, it can still go with the full scouting setup, switch the setup before the game starts, right? Light tanks aren't shooting their guns anyway on this map, and you'd want the additional view range and camo to help you scout things when your CVS is on cooldown, right? The best part is that this thermal imaging will allow for light tanks to actually outspot enemy tank destroyers that are shit camping in bushes, because at the moment, unless the tank destroyer fires his gun, he'll never get spotted. With this thermal imaging, we could just spot them regardless of their camo. And, good, because they get hard cover anyways, so we need something to counter this obnoxious class of vehicle. So quite honestly, this version of CVS with the thermal imaging could either make the game much better or far worse. This is why it needs to be tested. Just put it in the recon mode for like a month and see what players think of the quality of matches. If it turns out that this is a fantastic change to the game that allows light tanks to be more than just scouts, then this is something that should be added to the base game as soon as possible. I mean, for crying out loud, Lesta's already doing it, albeit on just one tank. It genuinely baffles me that there is one persistent game mode for World of Tanks. Random battles. That's it. There's absolutely no reason for this. None. World of Tanks actually has a bunch of decently entertaining game modes, but they are only available for a brief time, and half of them are only once per year, where Wargaming makes a whole song and dance about them, changing the garage, selling loot boxes, etc. It's crazy because game modes are the easiest way to keep players who are fed up with the random queue playing. Even Lesta knows this. Steel Hunter is always available there, every day. The days remaining you see is just how long before the rewards reset. That's right. You can play the mode, obtain all the resources, and after about a month, you can do it again, over and over again, and the game mode is always available to you. I like this concept because it reminds me of the different modes the game Crossout had back in closed beta in 2016. Each game mode was unique. Raids had you, for example, infiltrating a base, stealing something, then trying to escape, all while fighting off enemy AI bots. Storm Warning was a battle royale where you fought each other as the storm closes in. Funnily enough, it was before battle royales were even popular. The last person alive wins. Big Black Scorpions had everybody playing a fast railgun that one-shots each other, with respawns. First person to a certain amount of kills, I think it was 40, wins the game and gets a reward. Race mode was a mode where people of different ethnicities, it was people built their own race cars and raced them for a reward. Well, that's not as interesting as what I originally thought it meant. Oh, and in case you don't know, all of these things in Crossout you build yourself. All these vehicles I'm showing you, you have to build them piece by piece. So every game mode has a certain requirement, right? Speed, health, or firepower, whatever, and then you build it accordingly. Now that's an interesting idea. But anyway, to get back to the game modes, in Crossout the game modes cycled daily. So like the game mode today will be different from the game mode tomorrow. However, for World of Tanks, I think the game mode should be cycled weekly. This was an excellent way to not only give players an alternative to the base game, or whenever they get tired of it, but they also incentivized playing these modes by giving them unique resources for them. Like in that game, there's plastic, electronics, and other resources that you need to collect, and you collect them through game modes. I like this idea a lot because most of World of Tanks players don't much care for game modes unless there's something to gain from them. Sad, isn't it? But we already know this is true. Despite tier 8s having the most overpowered tanks and being the worst tier, Frontline is one of the most popular game modes. Why is that? Because you make huge amounts of credits in Frontline very quickly. This is why players enjoy it so much. But there is zero chance anybody would play Frontline if in every game they lost credits or made very little. I want every game mode in World of Tanks to be good for collecting some resource. Frontline is the obvious example for a game mode that gives you a lot of credits. But what if there was a game mode that made you, say, a lot of bonds? Or XP? Or components? For example, I'd make it so winning a match in Steel Hunter awards you 20 bonds. Not only is there a progression that anybody can complete over time, but players who wish to make as many bonds as possible can play the game mode as much as possible. Now honestly, I don't think modes like Mjolnir 13 or the last Waffenträger have enough content in them to be available more frequently. These modes wear thin just after a few days of playing. So we can keep these as special event modes that are seasonal. However, we definitely need more modes. Around 2019 to 2020-ish, Wargaming were absolutely cooking when it came to game modes. Frontline, Steel Hunter, the last Waffenträger, Mjolnir 13, and a lot more actually. We need more of these, to be honest. Just off the top of my head, I'm thinking the Christmas presents mode we had could actually be made into more than just a silly themed mode and into something seriously interesting. I like the idea of there being 3 teams instead of 2, and that there is a resource that needs to be collected. The way the mode did it is rather simple, only offering 3 tanks on one basic small map. Instead, we could have a more realistic larger map, like Icebound as an example. And instead of these 3 tanks, they're actually any tier 8s that you own. This mode could be the mode you go in order to grind components as an example. And by the way, this is why I don't have a problem with Wargaming selling clones of other tanks. Because they give you a reason to buy multiple of the same tank to use in game modes that have respawns like Frontline. The only problem I have is that if there's a cool style, you have to buy the whole new tank and it's usually locked behind loot boxes. No, that's silly. However, I do like the idea of being able to purchase multiple of the same tank. Honestly, I think that's fine. I don't understand why Wargaming decided to create a whole new tank game, Project Cold War, when they already have a massively successful tank game. The different, like, Valorant, Call of Duty-ish style gameplay could have easily been a new game mode, a permanent game mode alongside the random queue. I mean, this would have been far, far cheaper and quicker to make while also bringing in a whole new demographic of players to your game. Maybe Wargaming realized the World of Tanks IP is too tainted to draw in new players. But realistically, it's the name Wargaming that is too tainted at this point. Regardless, making new game modes for World of Tanks might actually just change the entire game altogether, as it did to Fortnite. Did you know Fortnite did not start out as a battle royale? It started as a survival game. I'm dead serious, look it up. It's just that the battle royale mode in Fortnite became so popular, it eventually became the entire game. Now imagine that. Epic Games experimented with a game mode, and it made Fortnite more popular than it could have ever have been as a survival game. Something kind of similar happened to World of Tanks. Wargaming experimented with the battle royale, Steel Hunter, and it actually got some, if not many, people looking at the game. Now, I'm not going to pretend like it did anything for the game's popularity. However, just by the fact that this game was even mentioned along other games in this list of battle royales as an example, means that investing in experimental game modes has very little risk, with the potential for a massive reward by enticing a much larger audience. This is also why I think War Thunder is so popular. It's not just a tank game, it's an everything game. Now, I'm not going to go on a whole rant about the intricacies of a hypothetical mode. What I'm saying is that we need more modes, and they need to be continuously available. And I think modes, specifically ones that use tier 8 tanks, like Frontline. Like I previously mentioned, we can sell multiple of the same tier 8s if players want respawns of that same tank, right? Like in Frontline, I die in my Skoda T56, I ready up in a Project Ion. I have no problem with that. I would have never have purchased the Project Ion if it wasn't for the fact that I really enjoy Frontline and I would want to have 2 Skodas in it. So that is the only reason I bought it, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people are similar. However, what's even more important is that if we have a lot of modes that use up tier 8 tanks, this will improve tier 8 matchmaking because we are reducing how many tier 8 tanks fill up the matchmaker. So with all these tier 8s removed, tier 6s and 7s as an example can get far better matchmaking. I will give an example of an interesting mode that I just touched on briefly. The permanent version of the Winter Raid mode, with elements of Steel Hunter mixed in with it. I'll call it Supply Raid, I guess. An example map that this would fit on is the Icebound map, which hasn't been in the game even before the HD update. It would be cool to bring this nostalgic map back. So to explain the mode, I'll first list what it shares in common with the Winter Raid mode we had. 3 teams collecting resources that they have to bring back to their base, with infinite respawns. That's where the similarities end. These games will be for tier 8 tanks, like Frontline, and maybe tier 10 tanks. Now, looking at the map, you can see as soon as the game starts, there are 12 supply drops available for anybody to pick up. 3 next to each base, 3 in between, and 6 in the middle. They are always visible on the map, so you always know where to go to get them. They will function identical to the supply drops in Steel Hunter. You or your teammates have to go, sit in it for 3 seconds to collect it, then drive it back to your base. If you are killed, or you kill someone, the supply is dropped and anybody can pick it up. Sort of like how, again, in Steel Hunter when you get a kill, a supply spawns at the wreck with all the stuff the person had. In the Winter Raid mode, you could grab up to 4 boxes at a time. In this new Supply Raid mode, you can only pick up 3 at a time. Now, here's the interesting part. When you bring back the supply drops you collected to your cap circle, you and your entire team will be able to upgrade your tank. Now, it requires 2 supply drops collected per upgrade. The best part is that your entire team gets to upgrade, not just you, so you aren't fighting with your own team for drops. Every time 2 drops are brought to the cap circle, a notification will appear saying upgrades available. Pressing and holding control brings up a radial menu where you move your mouse to whatever upgrade you want. Just click. If you have multiple upgrades available, you can click multiple times. So you can see all these upgrades are for your reload, engine power, top speed, health, gun handling, and even alpha damage. These also stack, by the way, so you can upgrade, for example, your alpha damage as many times as you want. Since there are 12 drops at the beginning, on average, each team will collect 4 supply drops, which means they get 2 upgrades. Now, of course, some teams may collect more than other teams, but we're just talking on average for now. So every minute and a half, 6 new drops will fall from the sky at random locations. Here's an example of 6 random spots. This will happen 6 times. So after 9 minutes, a total of 36 supplies have been dropped. Now, for clarification, I am using 2 different symbols here. They are the same thing, they just look different. This is so that you, the viewer, are able to distinguish which supply drop was there from the beginning and which ones randomly dropped throughout the game. Anyway, there's a total of 48 supply drops to be collected throughout the entire match. 16 for each team, which means each team can upgrade 8 times. This is a hard cap, by the way. Even if you collect more supplies, you cannot upgrade more than 8 times. So after everybody is upgraded, the main goal will be to hoard as much supplies as possible, or alternatively try and steal the enemy supplies. You can do this by sitting in their cap circle for 3 seconds per supply drop. So if you want to collect as much as possible, which is 3, you have to sit in the cap circle for 9 seconds. Because there aren't any more supply drops all across the map available, there's a decent chance that all the teams are just going to camp their base, making it nearly impossible to actually steal anything. This is why the spawn locations are away from the capture circles. Because, like, if you assault an enemy base and you kill the people defending it, they can't just immediately respawn in full health tanks and kill you 5 seconds later. No. Instead, they spawn away from the base and have to try to get back. Now, there will be repair depots, and it's basically just your cap circle. You drive in your cap circle and it heals you. And you'll also get a combat reserve that heals you as well. So you can heal anywhere on the map. This will have like a 2-minute cooldown though. The game ends after 15 minutes, and whichever team has collected the most resources wins. Everybody on the winning team gets 20 components. The team that came in second gets 15 components, and the team that came in last gets 10. Credit and XP income is not affected by winning or losing. This mode will give you credits, but not quite at the level of Frontline. Basically, as a rough estimate, you can imagine it as half as profitable as Frontline. I'll give you some numbers as an example. The average Frontline match, with boosters and premium tanks, usually nets you around 500,000 credits if you perform well. So Supply Raid will earn you 250,000 credits then on average. Now of course these matches are 15 minutes maximum, which is shorter than your typical Frontline match, which is usually around say 20 minutes on average. So in 1 hour of playing Frontline, you will earn 1.5 million credits. For 1 hour of playing Supply Raid, you will earn around 1 million credits, which is the exact same amount as pubs. The difference of course is that you earn components as well, while also being extremely fun. This mode will have a lot of replayability because of the upgrading mechanic, and that you can play any tier 8 tank you own, and maybe tier 10, not just the 3 tanks made specifically for the mode. Furthermore, the tank you pick can be upgraded in a variety of different ways, either putting all the upgrade points in a single stat, or distributing them more equally. It's up to you what you want to create. I'm going to give you some examples here. They're quite interesting. Here's an example of a tank that's very powerful and Wargaming sells all the time and you should buy it. The Skoda T56. As you can see here, points used 0. And as I said, the maximum you can get is 8. So what would you do for the Skoda? Dumping all your points into the reload can get it down to 14 seconds, which is pretty cool. But really it's a Skoda, so why don't we just increase the alpha damage to 608, which is just crazy. That's 1200 clip. Now you might say, oh, that's very overpowered. But remember, other people are going to be upgrading too. Like they could upgrade their health to 2,300. And, you know, if they're running hardening, that gets up to 2,500. So yeah, it's pretty equal. Alternatively, you can crank this thing's top speed to 65 with a turbo, which would be pretty cool. Although you might need to increase your power to weight a little bit to actually get it there. And, you know, maybe this is too fast for you. How about we increase the gun handling? Oh, I exceeded my points. There we go. Now it's accurate, aims pretty quick, and has pretty nice gun dispersion factors. It's really up to you. For the Skoda, we went pretty all-rounder, even though I would personally probably just crank up the damage, just to be honest. But for the Caliban, why don't we crank up the accuracy and gun handling? So if you dumped all your points into the gun handling, you basically have medium tank gun handling. Look at this. Dispersion 0.35. That's like a mediocre medium. Aim time 2.6. Again, mediocre medium. Dispersion factors. This is like actually really good for a medium. So you could have sort of a laser Caliban. Now, of course, everybody else is going to have a lot more health. They're going to be doing a lot more damage. But I guess you'll be the laser Caliban. Alternatively, maybe you can increase it a little bit to something, you know, not disgustingly horrendous. And I don't know, increase the top speed so you can flank people easier. Yeah, sure, 45 kilometers per hour, that's pretty cool. Or you know what, you could just, you know, crank up the damage, 1100. 2 shots of 1100 is kind of crazy. Or I guess if you want to be sensible, you could, you know, fix your reload, since the Caliban's reload is really bad. But yeah, see, like, every single match, you may want to do something different. And now, once you get the upgrade, they apply to all of your tanks. So if you die and respawn, you'll have the same upgrade. So if you want different upgrades, you're going to have to spec them out in a different match. Alright, now it's going to get interesting. The KV5. Okay, you're playing the KV5. What are you trying to do? You're trying to ram people, okay? So, you know what? Let's put a Bond Turbo and Bond Hardening on this, okay? Bond Turbo, 46. And let's just dump all of our points into top speed. That's right, I now go 70 kilometers per hour in a KV5, which is just phenomenal. To be fair, maybe this power to weight isn't quite enough. We could decrease it a little bit, the top speed to 61, and increase the horsepower so that the power to weight is 18. Or, fuck, I don't know, let's say maybe 50 is good enough for you. Crank this up, 23 horsepower per ton to go 50. You know what else has 23 horsepower per ton and goes 50? The FCM 50T. So you know what? Maybe if we run Grousers and fuel on our KV5, we can just go down maybe a little bit and crank this up 55 kilometers per hour. It really is completely up to you. That's why I'm saying this mode will have a lot of replayability, because every single match you will upgrade your tank a different way. Hey, actually the KV5 has a lot of health. Let's see what we can get it to. 3,000, okay? So you will be kind of at your slowish top speed, and the power to weight is not as good as it could be, but you'll just be a big fucking hunk of shit 3000 HP. So that might be interesting. Alternatively, the KV5 actually has pretty decent DPM, and well, I don't know, let's see if we can increase the damage. You do 390 every 8 seconds. Oh, that's pretty cool. But really, I think what I would do is either be a big fat fuck or a ramming build. There. I think that might be the combo for ramming, because you have the HP horsepower per ton. I don't know if you can get to 70. You'll have to experiment. Aren't you interested? You should be interested right now, which means that you will play the shit out of this mode. EBR 75, very, very interesting. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Crank the top speed, 104 kilometers per hour, which, yeah, might be toxic, but really, if you don't upgrade anything else, you're doing very little damage, you fuck all for health, and your DPM's okay. So you're very fast, but not very effective. So maybe you would want to go, say, 92, like the EBR 105, and then in return, maybe you upgrade your damage a bit. There, 200. That might be a bit more interesting. Or I don't know, maybe if you're a weirdo, you can upgrade your health to 1500, so you're basically like a heavy tank. I don't know. If you want to do that, go ahead. Ah, the BZ-176. Okay, chems, quit dicking around. How fast do you go with the rockets? Okay, fine. Bond hardening and bond turbo. 36 kilometers per hour. Okay? If you put everything into your top speed, you go 60. This is without rockets. You're going 60 without rockets. Now, your power to weight is 10, so you'll never get to anywhere close to 60. Probably freaking 35 at best, if my guess. However, if you use your rockets, that's right, 26 horsepower per ton, but you go 90. Yeah, 90. Fucking 90 kilometers per hour. Now, oh, chems, a BZ going 90 is toxic. Again, this is true, but at this level, 8 points used, you're going to be fighting people with way higher DPM, way higher alpha damage, way higher health, etc. So do you want to like fall behind on firepower just for the meme of going 90? Sure, why not? You could test it. Now, if you're a sweaty nerd, you would probably just do this and have 1000 alpha damage in your BZ. You still have very crappy penetration and everything has a lot of health, but you know, that's always an option. The Squall, okay. So here's an interesting idea. What if you crank the gun handling to the max? You're basically fully accurate on the move. You can fully clip people on the move without missing pretty much any shots. That's an option. Although, let's be fair, the Squall is kind of slow. So like if you imagine even with a turbo, a bond turbo, going 61, we might want to crank this up to say 70. That'd probably be quite nice. The Barask, of course, the sweaty nerds are gonna do that. Smack people for 480 basically, twice. Which again is fine because of course, if I have to say it over and over again, everybody has more health, you know, whatever. Alternatively, what else could you do? Maybe you want to go fast. Maybe you want to be a Barask that goes 86. I don't know if you really need to. You could increase your health so you could trade shots better, right? You eat one shot, you clip them out. Or the dispersion. Maybe you could just increase this by like 2 notches and then you got like pretty good accuracy. Or you could max it out and just be a laser, but... The Grom, okay? How can we make the Grom even more ridiculous than it already is? Well, we can crank the alpha damage to 1056. That's always an option. Yeah, that's pretty cool, I'd say. Or alternatively, you could reduce the reload so that you're really firing fast as fuck. The 7032. Honestly, there's basically only one thing you'd do with this tank. Yeah. Of course I want to double people for 1000. Are you kidding me? What kind of idiot doesn't? Or actually, why don't we crank this down so it's exactly 1000 and give me a bit higher top speed? Sure, I can deal with that. The Turtle is one where you might want to do an even distribution. Of course, you might think, haha, I'm gonna crank, oh, look at my DPM, wow, 5,000 DPM. I reload in 4 seconds to do 330, that's crazy. Yeah, you still only go 25. So, let's say you're content with the DPM, okay? Well, imagine you're gonna put bond turbo and bond hardening on this, okay? So, that brings it up to 31. Let's say we want to get to 40 kilometers per hour. And to actually reach it, we might want to increase the horsepower per ton to, I don't know, 17. That ought to bring it to 40. So, what now? Well, we can increase the health to 1800. You've basically got the Turtle gun, which is great. got a lot more health to trade shots with, and you're fast, relatively speaking. So that would actually make this tank pretty insane. Or alternatively, again, if you just want to crank up one stat, specifically, crank up the damage, you now do almost 440 every 6 seconds. By the way, if you want to experiment with this calculator for whatever reason, just, I don't know, for the fun of it, you put the stats in here and just play around with these, grab this, move it up and down. I'll put the link in the description. Okay, so this video was supposed to be released on April 26th, but was delayed till May 10th. During that time, Wargaming added a new mode called Operation Postman to the game, which prompted me to add this part in the video. This is why this video is actually a bit longer than 4 hours. For the longest time, I thought, why doesn't Wargaming add some sort of COD Zombies mode to the game? You know, Call of Duty Zombies? The reason I wasn't going to talk about it in the video was because I think it would not be efficient from a technical point of view. Here's what I mean. When you get into a match, it's one server hosting 30 unique people, right? This is quite efficient. Wargaming only has to support, say, a few dozen servers at a time, which hosts pretty much everybody currently in battle. The problem with single-player modes like WoT Zombies is that it would instead require each individual person to have their own server. For random matches, one server is required for 30 people. For a single-player WoT Zombies mode, it would require 30 separate servers for 30 people. I thought this would not fly with Wargaming, since they tested something like this once with the Art of the Strategy mode, and it has never made a return since. So the fact that it never returned indicated to me that Wargaming has tested and decided they don't want to support single player servers, or in the case of Art of Strategy, 2 people per server. The only exception to this is the topology mode, but you know, I believe so few people are queuing up for that mode, it doesn't really impact the server that much. This changed when they released the Operation Postman mode with an actual premium tank reward, so there is definitely going to be a lot of people playing it. This tells me that Wargaming knows there will be hundreds of unique servers hosting just a single person at any given time, and it's okay, like they're fine with it. You can even see it says that when you click on battle. We are preparing the server for you. Now I'm wondering, is this server hosted locally on your own machine? That would be the most efficient way to do it, since instead of Wargaming having to host hundreds of servers, all the servers are hosted locally on our own machines. The only problem with this is that if that were the case, it'd be extremely easy to cheat, right? Like fly hacks, no clipping, etc. Since you can just mod your game to do whatever you want. But you can't mod Wargaming servers. Anyway, I don't think this is true because the ping is not 0, right? So this means I'm still connecting to a server abroad and not just hosting it on my own machine. This is good because we don't want people to cheat in WoT Zombies. Anyway, let's talk about the Operation Postman mode. I think it's alright. People all across the globe are collectively coping with it being bad because it's actually somewhat difficult and they just want their precious rewards as soon as possible. Yeah, so cringe. The rewards are junk, dude. You play this mode because it's something different and challenging, okay? Stop crying. Anyway, the problem with the mode like this is that it doesn't really have much replayability. Like, as soon as you die 2 or 3 times, it gets very annoying doing the same thing over and over again because it's essentially just driving. The second part is moderately more interesting because it's shorter and more fast-paced, but, you know, it's shorter, so it lacks content. Overall, I think Wargaming did a decent job at a temporary mode people can try out for a few games, and nothing more. But this did spark my interest. Would World of Tanks benefit from a single-player campaign? What do you think? I'm not sure it would, to be honest. Because for one, Wargaming isn't gonna bother wasting their time on a huge addition like that, since it's not gonna be monetizable. At this point, Wargaming only really cares about adding things that are directly profitable right now. But let's say for the sake of argument, Wargaming weren't trying to nickel and dime us all the time, and instead actually wanted to make as good of a game as possible. Okay, would a single player campaign be feasible then? Again, I think not. Simply because Wargaming are, well, talentless, and I don't think they have the creativity to pull that off. Really, to make a compelling single-player campaign, like any of the good Call of Duties, for example, you have to put your heart and soul into it. And, you know, as well as a big chunk of your wallet. It's extremely obvious by the dialogue that Wargaming cannot do stories, or even jokes in the slightest.
I am quite thorough.
Hey, maybe it's like my socks. Always in the last place you look.
Mon Dieu, are you comparing classified military documents to... never mind.
Yeah, look, Wargaming, this isn't a Marvel movie. You don't need to crack a corny joke every 10 seconds. It really is 10 seconds, like these guys cannot stop yapping. And the jokes are just the most bland, generic, family-friendly millennial humor you could possibly think of.
Left or right here, Murphy?
Yes!
Oh, Murphy.
Holy shit, dude, shut up. My point is not Wargaming needs to be funnier and make the story as good as Game of Thrones. No. My point is that Wargaming does not, evidently, have the capacity to make a compelling single-player campaign for World of Tanks. What they could do, however, is make a Call of Duty Zombies style mode for World of Tanks. Let's call it WoT Zombies. And you know what's funny? Someone in my Discord just randomly suggested the idea. See, I've been thinking about this idea for a while, and I was a bit iffy on whether I should put it in a video or not, but combined with this new game mode, and the fact that someone in my Discord just straight up said, there should be a Call of Duty Zombies for World of Tanks, I decided, okay, you know what, let's add it to the video. But anyway, before I get into the game mechanics, let me just point out that it will have a lot of replayability for the same reason COD Zombies is infinitely replayable. Despite being a single player mode where you shoot at infinite bots, which in theory sounds boring, the reason it's actually fun is because of the waves mechanic. Each wave gets progressively harder, and the player is trying to get as high as possible. He's competing against himself, his friends, and maybe even the entire community to get as high of a level as possible. Side note, in the garage, it should show you what your friends' best times were, like the friends on your friends list. So instead of competing against like fucking me or Dekillzor to get this insane time that you could never possibly achieve, you just compete among your friends. It's a goal more easily obtainable. Anyway, look, I don't need to explain why COD Zombies is successful. We all know this recipe works. I should mention, we had something similar called Mirny Last Stand. The thing is, outside of getting the fastest possible time, which, like I said, is only really going to be achievable by the sweaties and won't really interest the average player, there wasn't any replayability at all. Like, once you complete it, that's it. What's the point of playing it again, aside from getting a better time, which didn't actually get you anything, you just did it for the challenge. This mode will be different. It never ends outside of the 60-minute game timer, which you will never actually reach because the difficulty will be such that the majority of people will be dead after, say, 15 minutes of playing, after wave 10, for example. Anyway, the mode will function more or less the same as COD Zombies. You go around killing an endless horde of enemy tanks that progressively get harder. You collect points and upgrade your tank's health, reload and damage, top speed, etc. Kind of like Supply Raid, but the upgrades are more pronounced since you're fighting bots instead of players. Bots aren't gonna complain that your tank's too overpowered, right? The zombie tanks will be the same kind every round, whatever model you want to use with whatever stats. It's just that their health, reload, and speed gradually increase as well with each wave. So you have to go around killing tanks, driving to key locations for upgrades, unlocking other parts of the map, etc. More or less the same gameplay as COD Zombies. To make the mode actually fun, certain parameters should be set. That being, enemy tanks have around 150mm of penetration on their guns. This does not change with the increasing waves. The idea is that this is more than enough for the sides and rear of vehicles, but will struggle against the front. If a bot bounces off you, let's say maybe 3 or 5 times, it will switch to gold, which has around 190 pen. The point is, don't let them just sit around and shoot you. Try and kill them as quickly as possible. But anyway, this means your tier 8 tank armor will be useful, so it is worth considering a tank with armor. Of course, if you choose a super heavy, you'll be very slow and easy to overrun. So pick pick a tank that balances armor and mobility. Next, all tanks should just get a flat accuracy and gun handling buff, like in Onslaught, because really, what's the fun in missing all of your shots? And like, snapshotting a bot on the move is not a problem. What's the bot gonna do? Complain? No. Lastly, you start with a reload buff of 75%, so that's very big. So if your tank reloads in 8 seconds, it's actually 2 seconds now. Also, to make autoloaders not crap, their intra clip is also reduced by 75%. This is because looking at the Myrni Last Stand mode, it's clear that having regular reloads is just too painfully slow. Like, it takes forever to kill just a handful of tanks with an entire team. There is an ability that you can activate to give you a very fast reload. Watch this clip here. I want this fast firing ability to just be the standard reload. You always fire this fast. This will allow you to cut through hordes of zombies at a reasonable pace. So, for example, let's say zombies start with 500 health. This makes them two-shottable, more or less, for most tanks. If your reload is, say, 2 seconds, you can kill them in 4 seconds. If there's a horde of 10 in front of you, that will take around 40 seconds to kill them all, collecting a bunch of points from the kills as well. This seems like a reasonable amount of time to kill everything for a wave. Each wave slightly buffs the zombies and adds 1 extra that spawns. So let's say now the next wave, they will have 520 health instead of 500. They go 1 km/h faster and reload, say, 2.5% quicker. It's okay though, because you'll be going around the map finding upgrade locations to spend your points on. Like, for example, one location gives you 300 more health, another gives you 5 km/h to your top speed with 10% horsepower, and the third one reduces your reload by 10% and also increases your alpha damage by 10%. And you just keep going around in circles for as long as you can bear. Okay, so here's an example of how the game will play out. As you can see, I'm recycling a frontline map. Look at me, I'm so smart. You spawn here, and there are 4 different upgrade locations available. They are randomized from the start, so it's not the same upgrades each time you load a game. Red is for the firepower upgrade, yellow is for the speed upgrade, and green is for the health upgrade. Blue is random. It can give you any one of these 3 upgrades. So you pick either direction to go, clockwise or counterclockwise. Once you reach a certain point, like in Myrni 13, a bunch of zombie tanks will spawn. You have to kill them all in order to collect enough points to upgrade. So there's no use in just driving past them all, because you will get to a point where you keep summoning new waves of enemies, and then you'll have to now deal with them all when you circle back, except you didn't get any upgrades, and you will die soon. It also does not count the wave as completed if you do not kill at least a third of the zombies alive. This is so you can't just ready up a light tank and run around the entire match farming waves. You cannot evade the zombies forever. You will have to fight them at some point. Better sooner than later. All the zombies are permanently spotted, and so are you. The further you are away from them, the faster they move, to ensure that there will always be a threat near you. Anyway, let's just say you play the game properly and kill all the zombies. Each one gives you 100 points. The first wave is 10 zombies, so logically, you kill them all, you have 1,000 points, which is just enough to get the first upgrade, which costs 1,000 points. You now move on to the next wave. This time, there are 11 zombies that are slightly buffed. Once you go and kill them, you'll now have 1,100 points, right? Because there's 1 extra zombie. The upgrade zone still only costs 1,000 points, so you'll have 100 points extra. This will be useful for the later waves. You keep it going, go to the next zone, and now there are 12 zombies that are slightly more buffed, and they're attacking you. You kill them all, and have now 1,300 points. You use 1,000 to upgrade, and you have 300 left over. You keep doing this until you complete 1 lap, at which you will have upgraded 4 times and have 600 points left over. Once you've completed this full rotation, it triggers the second set of upgrades to become available, again randomized of course. The 5th round will have enough enemies so that you can gather enough points to upgrade twice, and you just keep on going for as long as you can, fighting increasingly difficult and numerous zombies while getting progressively more powerful yourself. You upgrade faster than the zombies do, but their numbers keep on increasing with each wave making their cumulative power grow faster than you. They are weak and not very numerous. However, the combination of their buff stats and their increasing numbers with each round, their power becomes exponentially stronger. At this point, the zombies start getting very difficult. I should mention that I think it would be cool to be able to allow you to platoon with your buddies, so you can do the waves together. The more people in your platoon, the higher the zombie multiplier is. I do acknowledge that this could lead to a very laggy game with potentially hundreds of zombie tanks driving all over the place, so instead of multiplying their numbers, perhaps their health is multiplied. That way each zombie is harder to take down, but you have 3 of you to take it down. But anyway, if one of your platoon mates dies, he will be revived after 1 full rotation of the map, but while he's dead, he can actually take control of randomly dispersed bunker guns and aid you in killing the zombies. You know, that way he isn't just sitting around waiting because, well, that's boring. So these bunker guns will have less health and less firepower than traditional tanks, so it's not like it's an advantage to die and use these. It just gives the dead player something to do. Anyway, if the bunker gun is destroyed, it's unavailable for 5 minutes. It's okay because you can swap to another one somewhere else on the map. The zombies only attack the bunker guns if they are being manned. The bunker guns share the same upgrades as the person manning them, so that they aren't utterly useless in the later rounds. That's pretty much it for how the mode works. The rewards can be a decent amount of credits, but nothing more, unless you reach a very high level, in which case you can earn maybe bonds or components or whatever. That's up to Wargaming. We can make it so that reaching, say, wave 30 gets you a free tier 8 premium. Now, the caveat is that wave 30 will be nearly impossible for even above average players. It's just there to entice people. Anyway, that's enough about hypothetical modes. In the original first draft version of this video, that was supposed to be released sooner, I didn't discuss any hypothetical modes, so I imagine this video is quite a bit above the 4-hour length I originally stated. But anyway, let's get back on track to the original script of this video. So, the big change is that there should always be a mode available, no matter what. 1 week is Frontline, then next week is Steel Hunter, the week after that is Supply Raid, and so on before repeating. There is no reason against this. Constantly offering people a variety of modes means that it will encourage players who enjoy them to log on, and discourages players who are already online from logging off. As soon as you get bored of one mode, you can switch to another, and vice versa. Like, I'll just give you a personal anecdote from me. When we play Steel Hunter, and then the curfew kicks in, we can't play it anymore, sometimes we go play pubs. In fact, the entire video of the ELC Rat video of me playing that tank was me in a platoon with my buddy as soon as Steel Hunter was temporarily suspended for the night because of the curfew. It actually convinced me to stay logged in and play some pubs because I was already in a platoon with my friends, so I may as well play some pubs while I'm here. And that's what we want, right? We want people to log on and play and keep playing for as long as possible. However, there are actually a few reasons as to why I think Wargaming doesn't keep game modes available for very long. And these are: scarcity artificially drives up interest. If these modes are only available once every few months, or even once every year, when they do come out, it will encourage players to participate even if they don't want to for fear of missing out. Modes like Frontline are too profitable. They give players too much of a certain resource and can make progression too quick. Game mode duration needs to be short so that players do not lose interest and increase the queue times. Let's discuss why all of these are terrible reasons. The first reason, artificial scarcity to drive up interest, wouldn't be required if the game modes actually gave an incentive to play them outside of just being entertainment, like decent rewards, whether that be credits, XP, bonds, components, or anything else. This would make players actually want to play the modes, like Frontline. But that makes the second reason worse. With all these modes available all the time, with all these rewards, won't that give players too many resources too easily and cause them to progress the game too quickly? Well, sort of. I honestly think it's a great idea to do this though. Letting players accumulate large sums of whatever currency they want really isn't an issue because I plan to give them a lot more ways of spending everything they earn. The players feel like they are accumulating much more resources more quickly and will really enjoy playing as they feel like they're progressing a lot, while also having a lot more things to spend them on. What those things are, I will discuss in this video shortly. However, let's quickly discuss the third reason. Game mode duration only needs to be short because of the low player count. And this is so obviously evident by the fact that Steel Hunter is available all the time on the RU server, and the queue times are never long. You always get into a game. There are always people playing it. But anyway, with this update, we will get more players, but in the meantime, we can solve this by doing something Wargaming should have done years ago. Merge North American and European accounts into one, and make all the servers in one unified cluster. And this is going to come any day now. This does not mean we're going to lose the NA server. It just means that people who play on the NA servers with the NA client can actually, with the same account, play on EU. I have no idea why it's separate in the first place, but essentially this means that the game modes wouldn't need curfews because while one region is asleep, the other one will be awake and active. This comes with a bunch of more benefits since NA is dying and the clan wars scene is almost non-existent. This will allow NA players to join EU clans. And it also means you can make friends more easily because, for an example, people you meet on Discord can actually play together instead of being region locked. It's a lot easier to do than you think. Like, of course there will be some name conflicts as people on different servers share the same names. For an example, the easiest solution would be when the two clusters are merged, the older account keeps the name, and the newer account gets the old server designation added on. I mean, there's a bunch of little more things like that that can be done to ensure a smooth transition. This is great for both servers as when the queue time gets too long on NA, players can switch to any of the EU servers. And any EU tard that thinks NA is easier can now play on it and be humbled pretty quickly. I don't really need to discuss this much further since, as I said, all signs point towards Wargaming doing this soon. However, I want to take it a step further. Abolish the test server client. And ideally abolish the test server, although the latter could be more difficult to do. But let's start off simple. So, the test server, as the name implies, a server where content that is soon to enter the game is tested with real players. New content usually being a tech tree. Now, here's the real question. Why the hell do I have to download an entirely new client to test one or two new tanks? It's no reason. There isn't any real testing being done. This is just a pain in the ass. With this new unified client cluster, essentially what will happen is on the login screen, you click the drop-down menu and it shows servers from both regions, as previously mentioned, NA, SA, EU 1, 2, 3, and 4, along with another option, CT, Common Test. When you click the option for the Common Test, you will get a pop-up warning saying, this server has upcoming content currently being tested and requires additional downloading. Download the test server content, and you will have the option, yes or no. Choosing yes closes the game and installs the extra content on your game. Key word is that it's the extra content only, not a whole nother client. So this download should take like, what, 5 minutes? This will allow many more players to test things a lot more conveniently. Now, earlier I said abolish the test server. What I mean is that content that will definitely go into the game already doesn't need to be on the test server, like a new tech tree line. Like, what's going to happen? They're going to cancel a whole tech tree line? No, it's going into the game no matter what. So the test servers should be used like how the sandbox servers used, to test very new and radical ideas that may or may not make it into the base game. And if they do, it will be after extensive testing. Like, I don't really understand what it is they're actually testing on the test server when it comes to something like a new tank line. Honestly, I like the way RU does it. During the testing phase of a new tank, that line is actually available on the live server, it's just that the line is locked. You can unlock it with gold to gain early access and grind the tanks on the live server. This is a far more accurate way to test tanks. Not only is the tank being tested on the live server, which is far better at representing the average World of Tanks match than on the test server, but it also requires the person testing it to play every single tank in the line, not just skip to the tier 10. Like, let me ask you, on the test server, are tier 6, 7, 8, and 9 tanks even tested? Nobody's playing those tiers. Everybody, free XPs, straight to the tier 10, and plays it for 5 games before logging off. How the hell is that testing a new tech tree line? No. This way, Wargaming sinks people's gold by allowing them to play the content early and test it. Like I said, we're giving players more things to spend their currencies on. And it's not even unfair because in 1 or 2 months, the tech tree will be available for everybody once the testing is done. However, there will be a greater incentive to get new tanks as fast as possible with the next idea I have. You know how assembly shop vehicles are numbered? So the first person to purchase a tank gets the number 1 designation? Basically, it's a serial number. The second player gets number 2, and so on. And it displays on your vehicle for everybody to see. I think that every tank in the game should have this. And instead of a 3D style displaying your serial number, it's actually a decal instead. The same way you get a performance decal for playing the tank well, you can display your serial number on your tank if you so wish. Better yet, you can purchase a 3D attachment that actually displays your serial number, just like that on the 3D styles of the assembly shop tanks, except you can mount this yourself on any tank you wish. And of course, you have to spend some currency, maybe gold or bonds, to buy this 3D attachment. The reason I want all tanks to be numbered, let's say up to 9,999, is to use FOMO, the fear of missing out, to convince players to free XP new tanks in order to get a good number. Look man, you may think this is manipulative, and it kind of is. The thing is though, it's completely cosmetic. That's why I think it's okay. You can cry about it all you want, but it literally does not affect the gameplay at all. It's really a non-issue. If people want to spend hundreds of dollars to convert free XP so that they can free XP a new tier 10 tank on a new line the day it comes out, and try to get it first so that they have the 001 decal on their tank, let them. So what? They want to do it. The best part is that if you don't want to spend hundreds of dollars, then don't. You can just get the tank normally. Forget about what the number is, because who cares? Last patch, there weren't even numbers to begin with. It's not like you're losing something. And you could just play the tank normally. Remember, it's completely cosmetic. Sweaty nerds who have spent hundreds of dollars on this game will love to sink all their gold and XP on stupid flexing shit like that. You see losers all the time competing to be the first person to 3-mark a tank, for example. Oh, look at me, I 3-marked a tank so fast, oh look. This will have zero impact on casual players. This is the kind of monetization I like, because it will definitely work in getting people to dump their gold and buy more Christmas loot boxes, but it doesn't wreck the game the same way something like selling an overpowered tank would be. Now, of course, currently there are already like 700 tanks in the game, so how will they be numbered if people already own them? Well, the number for these tanks isn't actually who obtained the tank first, the number will be who reached 100,000 base XP in the tank first. I considered making it whoever reaches 100 games played first, that way the moment the patch drops, people can pick their favorite tank and try to get 100 games in it as quick as possible to get the number 1 spot. However, as you may have noticed, 100 games as quick as possible means driving it and dying quickly. No, let's not have that. Have it so that you must reach 100,000 base XP first. And it has to be base XP. I don't want like premium accounts having an advantage because they make more XP. That's so retarded. But 100,000 base XP first means that you have to play the tank for a bit, but also not just drive in and die, but reward players who play better. So if everybody is playing a tank around the same time, the moment the patch drops, then it's the best players who will achieve the number 1 designation, not the players with the fastest internet connection. Also, by having it be all tanks instead of assembly shop tanks, players can actually pick which tank they want to achieve the number 1 designation in. Remember, this is for the tanks that are already in the game because there's no other way of doing it. So if a tank like the Barask is too popular and you'll never be able to get the number 1 designation in time, you can decide to play something else that you think you may have a better shot at getting. Someone on my Discord server mentioned that there could be a whole market for numbered tanks, and I quite like this idea. Let's say we got a tank collector that wants all of his tanks to have as low of a number as possible. I think players should be able to trade serial numbers. So someone may offer 10,000 gold for the number 1 serial number for a specific tank, and the person who has it can accept this offer, receive the gold, and now has the number of the buyer. However, he also gets 10,000 gold for it. And of course, Wargaming, to sink people's gold, can take commission of, let's say, 10% of that gold. You know, speaking of flexing, I thought of another way to encourage players to spend their resources on useless but enticing crap. Basically, custom Mark of Excellence decals. So, currently in the game, if you 3-mark a tank, you get 3 stars or stripes on your barrel. People love showing off their 3 marks. People are so obsessed with 3-marking that if they achieve their 3rd mark before playing 100 games, they won't play any more games to make it seem more impressive that they achieved it in such little games. Yes, people really are this nerdy. I love preying on people's desire for validation because it's entirely within their own control. Anyway, if my goal is to sink all the additional resources people have obtained through all these new ways I've added, then this is a good one. And it could be debated if 3 Mark of Excellence should actually be made into something like 4 Marks of Excellence, where the last 3 maintain the same percentages, but the first one, it's much easier to obtain, so maybe you're 30% instead of 65. This means a lot more players get a 1 mark on their tank, and a lot more players have an incentive to pay gold to make it pretty. And of course, 3 marking is now 4 marking, but this is more of a shot in the dark idea. Let's just stick with the 3 marks for now. The currency you decide to use to spend on your custom marks determines what the marks will look like. So if you spend 1 million credits, you get silver stripes. If you spend 5,000 gold, you get gold stripes. If you spend 150,000 free XP, you get red velvet stripes. If you spend 5,000 bonds, you get diamond stripes. Chems, that's so expensive. Yeah, that's the point. You pay this price to flex. It's like complaining that a Rolex is too expensive. Look, you already have Mark of Excellence stripes for free. It's just that now you have the option to pay an exorbitant price in order to show off to random people on the internet. Also, I know every nation has their own unique style of marks, but these custom marks will ignore that and just be stripes, since stripes look the best. Oh, you don't like stripes? Pay another 2,000 gold to give them custom designs. You can pick from a variety of different patterns, all for the sole purpose of making your favorite flex vehicle as flashy as possible. Now, you may think this is silly and stupid, but it doesn't matter what you think, really. If you don't like them, don't buy them. Or even turn them off in your settings if you don't want to see them. What matters is that there are more ways for whales to spend their resources, to milk whales with. I'm going full CSGO skins on this, and I think it will work very well. And at the end of the day, the best part is that it does not affect gameplay at all. Oh, you think I'm gonna stop there? Players love flexing their Clan Wars reward camos to pubbies that don't even know these camos are special to begin with. Let's just sell gold camo for 25,000 gold. What? Don't look at me like that. You psychos spent 55,000 gold on some mediocre assembly shop tank because it had a funny number on it. And you've never played it since. Better yet, you guys actually bought a tech tree tank for 22,500 gold. And it didn't even have a gold skin. At least now you can turn whatever tank you actually like into gold. This isn't even that hard to implement. Wargaming already has the capacity for metallic camos like this. In fact, they have the capacity for animated camos. That's right, animated camos. If that's not a flex, then I don't know what is. These animated camos can only be found on the RU server. You can sell animated camos for an extraordinary amount of cash, and even make them onslaught rewards like how they are on RU. That way, if you don't want to spend the insane amount of cash, you can just earn it by being the best. Both serve their goals of flexing, they're just different flexes. This camo on your tank means you're either filthy rich or insanely cracked. Either way, you're him. An idea I suggested in my WoT SPG video was to allow people to complete stun missions through the use of flamethrower tanks. Now, a lot of people immediately get upset at the idea of flamethrower tanks, but really, are they upset about a tank that shoots flames, or are they upset that it could potentially make the game worse? since Wargaming has a track record with making the game worse with new content. The thing is, if Wargaming were to add flamethrower tanks, I have no doubt that it probably would make the game worse. However, we are gonna tell them how to add it, right? That's the point of this video. Now, on the Russian server, they have a premium artillery that is actually a flamethrower, so it can do artillery stun missions. The problem is that its stats are too extreme in both directions. On one hand, its mobility is fantastic, and its armor is utterly ridiculous. Like, nothing can penetrate this tank. This armor is better than tier 10s. However, on the other hand, it has the worst firepower in the game. Like, tier 5s have better firepower than this thing. I have a better idea. Instead of this thing having ridiculous armor, it has average armor, even below average. Like, it's only good against lower tiers when angled. It keeps its mobility, but the gun is buffed. Instead of having a 3-round burst mode with a reload or an overheating mechanic that actually makes you do less damage than you fire, it's so stupid. How about instead, it just shoots normally? It has relatively low DPS, but not as low as the 156.0 on the RU server. But it stuns continuously. So if there is a heavy tank abusing a position, the player can dig them out. Also, on the Russian server is an entire tech tree line of flamethrowers, but they are designed weirdly. They are given insane armor with mediocre mobility. Why? Like, just think about it logically. Who's designing a tank that will mount a flamethrower to have more armor than like a mouse? Would it really be crazy to make them mediums or lights instead of heavies, giving them fantastic mobility so they can fulfill the support role they're supposed to? Also, I think it should be made so that the closer you are to someone, the more damage it does. Which makes sense, right? The inverse square law. That way, for the majority of the time, this thing is at medium range and it's assisting its team. But up close, it can do a lot of damage. This is just another game mechanic that players will find interesting, while also allowing players to complete stun missions without actually having to play an SPG. Now, I guess if Wargaming were scummy enough, they could lock this flamethrower tank behind a paywall so that if players don't want to play artillery, they can pay to have this thing and play it instead. Yes, I know it's not a nice thing to do, but if this is the only way Wargaming would consider adding it, then shit, man. It is what it is. It could also be a premium tank that is rewarded to players under certain conditions. Speaking of being rewarded under certain conditions, that goes to the next part of this video. In 2015, Wargaming released the first set of campaign missions. They're a set of missions you must complete in order to receive a reward tank, and unlock the next set of missions. Each set is progressively harder than the last set, with a better reward. The missions are split into classes, each having 15 missions to complete, for a total of 75 missions. If you complete the hardest mission in each class with honors, which is the 15th mission at a harder difficulty, you can get the long-awaited backup campaign order. Yeah, that's really what it's called. These allow you to skip missions you find too difficult. At the end of the campaign, you are rewarded with, among other things, an Object 260, which is the preferred tank for Clan Wars. It took Wargaming 3 years to add another set of campaign missions. This time, instead of the missions being class dependent, they are nation dependent. So you need a variety of tanks from a variety of nations to complete them. This is what made this set of campaign missions different from the previous set. That, and the reward is the Object 279E, which is also a preferred tank for Clan Wars. Now, the second set of campaign missions was in 2018. Wargaming has not released another set of missions for 7 years, which is just sad and pathetic. Campaign missions are a major source of content for the game, giving players a goal to work towards and thus a reason to play. But, you see, I understand why Wargaming hasn't made another set of campaign missions. Look, let me ask you, what kind of tasks could be made into missions anyway? Okay, you've got damage dealt, damage blocked, assisting damage, kills, and stun duration. You could spice these up by adding a time restriction or a special condition, like, for example, being unspotted when you do the mission. But really, this is all you have to work with. And you need to generate 75 missions from this. Then you have to do it 4 times. And make it so that the difficulty gradually increases with each set. I ask you, how would you, the viewer, create 300 unique missions that are different from the ones already in the game? Well, to be honest, I think it's pretty much impossible. The 279E missions, the second one, only has 3 sets because it's really hard to make more missions, even if it's nation dependent instead of class dependent, as it is with the second set. So what is the solution? How can we have more campaign missions without it being a huge pain in the ass to implement? Well, it's quite easy actually. Instead of receiving tanks from each missions, you will receive something that I will call campaign tokens. The more difficult the set of missions are, the more tokens you get upon completion. So from the first easiest set to the last hardest set, the amount of tokens you get will be 1, 2, 4, and 10. Now each reward tank that was in the set can now be purchased with these tokens, and the amount of tokens they cost will be exactly as much as you got. So the Stug 4 mission gives you 1 token, and the Stug 4 will cost 1 token. The T28 concept costs 2, the T55A costs 4, and the 260 cost 10 tokens. Now, to move on from one set to the next, you must use your token to unlock the tank available in that set you just completed. So it effectively functions the same way it already does. You complete all your missions in a set, you get a reward tank, and unlock the next set of missions in that order. The only difference is that now once you complete a set and get the tokens, you can do the set of missions again and get more tokens. In fact, you can keep doing them over and over again to get as many tokens as you wish. Now you may be thinking, Chems, what is the difference? You just introduced a middleman. I still have to grind for these lines in order, because it's not like I can get the 260 by doing the first set of missions 10 times or something. It's locked until I purchase the reward tank. Correct. However, the reason for the tokens is the ability to redo missions for more tokens so that we can introduce new reward tanks without having to introduce new missions. Currently, if you complete the 4th set of missions, you get the object 260. However, with my new system, instead of getting the 260, you get 10 tokens, which you can use to purchase the 260 or any new reward tank that we may want to add. We can add like a dozen tier 10 reward tanks, all costing 10 tokens. So you have to complete the 4th set of campaign missions 10 times to get them all. Well, that would be the fastest way of doing it, of course. Complete the set of missions, get 10 tokens, spend 10 tokens. However, with this new token system, there is an alternative way that requires a lot more time, but in theory is easier. When you unlock the next set of campaign missions, you don't necessarily have to do them to progress to the set after. You can redo the set you just did to get more tokens instead. Now, this will take a while, as you will have to redo the set multiple times, and this is intentional. The majority of players will most likely never even attempt the Object 260 missions, let alone the 279E missions, because they're just too difficult for them. However, I still want them to have a shot at getting these reward tanks. It's just that it will require them to play more. Okay, this can get confusing really easily, so I'm just going to go through an example now. Say you made a brand new account. There are 4 sets of missions, but you can only do the first one. Okay, let's do them. These first set of missions really are not that hard at all. Like for example, a Heavy Tank 15, which in theory should be the hardest mission in the set, is to do 4,000 damage. I mean, I think most people can do 4,000 damage. So let's say you breeze through these and you finish them. Congratulations, you now have received 1 campaign token. To move on to the second set of the missions, you must purchase a tank to unlock them. So you spend your 1 token on the tank that costs 1 token, which is the Stug 4. You now have a little tier 5 reward tank and have unlocked the next set of missions. Now here's where it is different. You can go on with this new set of harder missions, complete them, and get 2 tokens that you can use to purchase the T28 concept, which, as I said, costs 2 tokens. Or you can redo the first set of missions you just completed twice. You will also get 2 tokens. Each method allows you to purchase the T28 concept and move on to the third set of missions. However, as you can obviously tell, one took a lot longer because it had to be done twice. So you gotta ask yourself, can I do the second set of campaign missions, which would be the fastest way to progress? Or are you relatively new to the game, you're inexperienced, you don't have many tanks to work with? Well, then you could try doing the first set of campaign missions twice. It will take longer, but at least you're getting somewhere. Currently, if you are unable to complete the second set of personal missions, well, tough shit, I guess. Close the game and play War Thunder. No. Remember, my primary goal, I want players to play this game as much as possible for as long as possible, even if that means giving them an easier but longer alternative route. Now you gotta weigh your options here. Do you really want to unlock the third set of missions by doing the first set 4 times? Goodness, that would take a very long time. So there is still an incentive for you to do the harder missions. The best part is that you will be grinding the easier missions so often and for so long that you might actually just become better at the game and no longer need to do the easy missions. Now, the contentious part is that players might deem it unfair that someone could obtain the Object 260. They would achieve this by doing the third set of missions twice to get 8 tokens total, and then the second set to get 2 more tokens, which add up to 10. First of all, who cares? Your Object 260 isn't somehow worse because someone else got it in this alternative way. And secondly, great. Honestly, if a lower skilled player wishes they could get the Object 260, but they just cannot complete the 4th set of missions for the life of them, they can try their hardest, but they just can't do it. Well, currently, people just pay others to play on their accounts for them, but we don't want that. So instead, you could try this alternative way instead. Yes, it will take much longer, but it can be done. And you will be playing a lot of World of Tanks. Just what I wanted. Okay, so the personal campaign is pretty much the same, except now there's an option to progress more easily, but far more time consuming. Great. All this for the possibility to add more than just the Object 260 as a reward, right? So, what other tanks will be possible rewards? You know, you can get the 260, then do the 4th set of missions again for 10 tokens. Okay, what can I get now? Before I answer that, I propose the question, why is the Object 260 Clan Wars meta? Do you know why? It's because it's a combination of the IS-7 and the Object 277, both of which are Clan Wars meta. Fast heavies, to be more specific. When you are participating in Clan Wars, you can prepare the IS-7 or the Object 277. Both are just fine. It's just that the Object 260 is preferred because it takes the attributes that are important for Clan Wars from both tanks and combines them into one. The IS-7 has higher alpha damage, better armor, more health, and a higher top speed than the 277. However, the 277 also still has high alpha damage, but it gets DPM, gun handling, and heat pen. The Object 260 is a combination of this. It has armor, top speed, DPM, gun handling, and heat pen. It's a hybrid of the two. The Object 260 has better armor than the 277, but worse than the IS-7, for an example. Again, I must reiterate, and you have to keep this in mind. Although the 260 is the preferred choice, it's not overpowered, and the IS-7 and mainly the 277 are like 95% as good. So not having a 260 and playing those two tanks instead is still more than good enough for Clan Wars. However, this minor preference for the 260 means there's still a huge incentive to actually complete the campaign missions in the first place. Like really, think about it. If something like the 452k was the reward instead of the 260, well, nobody would care even in the slightest. Why would you? All this work for a tank that can be described as mid at best, and is definitely not Clan Wars meta. So, with that being said, we have a criteria for what the campaign reward tanks should be. They should be Clan Wars competitive versions of tanks already available in the tech tree. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean they have to be overpowered. I can prove it to you. Is the BZ-75 overpowered? No, nobody thinks that. It's basically a worse 60 TP in every way, except it gets rockets. However, it is most certainly Clan Wars competitive because it has rockets. So although it's not overpowered in pubs, the rockets make it Clan Wars competitive, and there's an incentive to get the BZ-75. Man, if only there was another tier 10 rocket Chinese heavy reward tank that could be preferable to the BZ-75. Oh look, the BZ-72-1. Wargaming fumbled really hard with this tank. They nerfed the shit out of it before release because they knew FOMO would sell it for them in the assembly shop. FOMO being the fear of missing out. Did you know that instead of 30 kilometers per hour, it used to go 40? And while using rockets, instead of going 45 kilometers per hour, it went 60. That means with a Bond Turbo and the penultimate field mod, you can get this bitch up to 75 kilometers per hour, which is just fucking insane. The tank was also balanced around this. It's basically worse than the BZ-75 in all other aspects. Now, although this sounds amazing and fun, this level of mobility would make it way better than the BZ-75 for Clan Wars. That's why Wargaming nerfed it to be around the same mobility as the BZ-75, and I agree with this mobility nerf. However, although currently they share the same top speed, the BZ-72-1 has a higher power to weight, which is nice, but mainly the BZ-75 gets assault field mods, whereas the BZ-72-1 gets breakthrough. This means the BZ-75 can add 2 kilometers per hour to its top speed, whereas the BZ-72-1 can add 4. And when using rockets, this means plus 3 kilometers per hour and plus 6 kilometers per hour. So the BZ-72-1 is actually marginally faster than the BZ-75 after field mods, which is what is wanted in Clan Wars. This small edge should make the tank just good enough so that it will be preferred in Clan Wars, and thus there's an incentive to actually get it, right? Well, here's where they fumbled. When they nerfed the mobility, they didn't bother buffing anything else. So what does that mean? The BZ-72-1, although ever so slightly faster than its tech tree counterpart, has worse alpha damage, worse armor, worse health, and roughly the same dogshit gun handling, despite being a smaller caliber gun. But the worst part is, it gets 1 less rocket. The BZ-75 gets 6. The BZ-72-1 gets only 5. Are you kidding me? Why the hell would you balance this tank this way? Yeah, it would make sense if the tank still went 75 kilometers per hour. It's faster but gets 1 less rocket, so the overall distance traveled is the same, right? That's how it's balanced. But it doesn't. You nerfed it. So the one thing this tank is required to do in Clan Wars, which is to rocket around, and it's worse than the BZ-75 at that. This tank needs a buff. First of all, it gets 6 rockets, the same as the BZ-75, as it should. Secondly, it has a smaller caliber gun. This means it should have better gun handling. This tank's gun handling right now is so bad it's basically unplayable. Its dispersion factors should be buffed to these values. Lastly, the heat pen should be buffed from 320 to 330. And the turret traverse speed should go from 2503 to 2816 degrees a second. That's all this tank needs. Premium ammo penetration is extremely important in Clan Wars. So although this heat pen buff will be nice in pubs, it is absolutely huge in Clan Wars. It also requires a slight HP buff to 100 because the discrepancy between the two tanks is far too much. With these new stats, let's compare the BZ-72-1 to the BZ-75. The BZ-75 will still be perfectly fine for Clan Wars, and even have more health and better alpha damage to go along with it, sort of like how the IS-7 is to the Object 260. However, the BZ-72-1 will have an edge in mobility, and although it doesn't do as much damage, it has better gun handling and heat pen to make up for it, which are important in Clan Wars. With these stats, this tank will most likely be preferred over the BZ-75, but not so much that it actually ruins the viability of the BZ-75. Now, We take this tank and put it in the token shop for 10 tokens along with the 260. Yes, I know this was an assembly shop tank. So what? Assembly shop tanks appear one time and are never available ever again. Essentially, Wargaming creates a throwaway tank to convince everybody to waste their money on before forgetting about it. That's so stupid. If this game grows and new players start appearing, telling them, sorry, this tank was sold once and never will be again, is so unbelievably retarded. The assembly shop tanks did their job, sink people's credits in gold, then be forgotten. The people who have it already are happy they got it early and don't have to do all these campaign missions, and the people who don't have it now have a way to get it. This tank parallels the Object 260 in that it is the Clan Wars choice. In fact, I think making all assembly shop tanks part of campaign missions will actually make assembly shop tanks sell more, because not only is there FOMO convincing players to spend their hard-earned resources on it, but now if they don't, they will have to get it the hard way through missions. So even if they don't want it, they will get it because, oh, this is Clan Wars competitive and I don't want to do all these missions, which I actually think will make people sink even more resources into these tanks, which is perfectly fine by me. Anyway, how many Tech Tree Clan Wars inspired reward tanks can we make anyway? Like the 260 and now the BZ-72-1 we just talked about. Well, when it comes to Clan Wars medium tanks, the most useful is the CS-63 for 3 main reasons: speed, DPM, and armor. That's right, armor. The CS has a very useful auto ricochet upper plate that does actually work quite often. Plus, it's a mean corner peeker. The speed, DPM, and armor combo are pretty much unique to this tank. So let's introduce a campaign reward tank that can do the same thing. The KPZ Eric Concept 1. Yeah, Wargaming yet again fumbled this tank. They made it into a tier 9 premium when it should really be at tier 10. On the RU server, the concept actually has armor nearly identical to the CS-63. This is a perfect platform to make our new reward tank on. So we give it the identical turbo mode that the CS-63 has, and its gun has the same DPM but 440 alpha instead of 390, along with 12 degrees of gun depression instead of 8. So really, the concept and the CS will have the same firepower, given that they have the same DPM, top speed, and armor, while the concept has a mild damage and gun depression advantage. Now, this advantage isn't enough to make it that much better or overpowered, but it will make it preferred. Now, I'm not suggesting the premium tank at tier 9 get turned into a tier 10 reward. That would be stupid. Simply release a clone of it with improved stats at tier 10. Call it the KPZ Eric Concept 2, I guess. What? There are Clan Wars reward tank versions of Tech Tree tanks already. Look, the Panzer 7 and the VKK. So we got the fast heavy, the rocket heavy, and the medium down. How about a reward light tank that is meta? Basically in Clan Wars, the EBR-105 is used because its insane mobility allows it to get very early vision. I want to replicate this. There is a tier 9 wheeled light called the VCS 6x6. I want to bump this up to tier 10 and basically give it pretty much identical stats to the EBR-105, except it gets 10 meters extra view range. Now, I know earlier I discussed how I would change the EBR, right? And this reward tank will mirror that tank but with more view range. Although, for the sake of not confusing all of you, let's just stick to the EBR stats how they are in the game at the moment. That way it'll be easier to compare them. So, this new reward light tank, the VCS, will have 10 meters more view range than the EBR-105, which makes it better for scouting, exactly what we want in Clan Wars. Although Wargaming already gave it an interesting 2-shot autoloader. I suppose we can buff the reload to something respectable, and it's basically an EBR-75 at tier 10. The difference is that this thing is massive and easy to hit. I should note that this wheeled light is not the same as other wheeled lights. It has no modes to switch between. It's kind of the same type of wheels as the British mediums, except it can't turn on the spot. The turning angle on those are horrendous. I would personally make it have the same mode as wheeled light tanks, like the Lynx. I mean, it even looks like a Lynx. And as it stands at the moment, this tank's mobility is good enough, although I would buff the top speed to match the EBR, right? The EBR-105 will still be a perfectly viable scout. However, the VCS having a slight edge on view range means it would be preferred in Clan Wars. Now currently in the game, the VCS actually has really high view range for a wheeled light, it's 380, which actually makes this tank really enjoyable to play if it wasn't for the fact that it had really bad camo, like the worst camo, and that it's massive. I think if you want to keep this tank having poor camo, then it should have 380 view range at tier 10, so the view range will be massively higher than the EBR-105, which means they're pretty much equal in terms of spotting each other, in that they will both spot each other at roughly the same time. However, the VCS will be better for scouting for the team, as you would want for Clan Wars. So this is how I would personally balance the VCS. Lastly, we need a sniper tank, preferably a tank destroyer. In Clan Wars, there are pretty much 3 sniper tanks mainly used: the SGRV-103B, the Leopard 1, and the Ho-Ri. Each tank has something special that the other tanks don't have. For example, the STRV has DPM and camo and sort of some armor, whereas the Leopard has a turret, which is very important because it can be used in a brawl if needed. The Ho-Ri, on the other hand, has high alpha damage and insane armor-piercing penetration, which makes it fantastic for killing 279Es, for example. I want to incorporate all 3 of these useful attributes into one tank, just like how the Object 260 is the best part of the i7 and the 277. First, we need to pick a turreted tank destroyer platform. There are many tank models that are viable, and at the moment of this video's release aren't available yet, those being the DBV-152 and the Genjarm. Now I'm going to go off script here for a moment. The DBV-152 was just released, so when I talk about it in this video, don't think I'm talking specifically about the DBV-152. Just imagine a turreted tank destroyer and use the DBV-152 as an example in your head. Anyway, their current stats don't matter, we're going to make up the stats it should have. Now at first I thought this tank destroyer should be in the middle of the pack when it comes to damage. The SGRV does 390, the Ho-Ri does 700. This means this tank should have, let's say, a 130mm and do 560 alpha damage. That's what I proposed the Grill 15 to be, so this reward tank will just be slightly better than the Grill 15 for Clan Wars specific scenarios. For example, it may have higher DPM and better camo, but it's slower and less accurate than the Grill 15. But anyway, I thought, hey, what are these standard alpha damages in World of Tanks anyway? Like here's a thought experiment. As an example, it goes 490, 520, 560, 600, 650, 700, and then 750, before jumping all the way up to 1050 and 1150. Now I know there are more alpha damages than the ones I listed, but I'm just saying the standardized ones you see on a variety of tanks in a variety of nations. Anyway, the point is, look at this big gap between 750 and 1050. There is potential to add a new tank with unique alpha damage here. So let's say something like the DBV-152 does 850 alpha instead of 750. Or 770 as Wargaming has it here for some reason. And I'm going to go off script again. It was buffed to 800, which is funny because Wargaming have come to the same conclusion I have. There is a market for tanks with alpha damage in between this big gap. I would go a step ahead and give it 850 alpha damage. That means that the preferred sniper tank for Clan Wars will have 850 alpha damage. Now, if you think chems, tank destroyers used to have 850 alpha damage, but that made them too OP, so they were all nerfed to 750. Yes, that was before hardening and field mods, which made everything have more health. So it's fitting this alpha damage can work in modern World of Tanks. Now, to be honest, I really can't decide if I want this new turreted sniper tank to have 850 alpha damage or 560. With 850 alpha damage, the gold round would be a big sturdy 360mm AP round, same as the Ho-Ri, as they are both really big chunky guns. This penetration is perfect going through even the toughest of tanks. However, if the alpha damage was 560, then the premium round could be a 385 APCR round with 1500 meters per second shell velocity, which would make it a true sniper tank, able to hit light tanks at full speed even at 500 meters away. Hey, I guess honestly, there could be both options available to spend your 10 tokens on. I mean, yeah, why not? More content the better. Let's start with the 560 alpha damage sniper. I'll use the Genjarm as a platform, as an example. No, this will not have any autoloader. It's just a visual representation. It's a turreted, quick, lightly armored tank destroyer. That's the idea here. Its DPM should be one of the highest in the game, 3200 base. This makes it just slightly worse than the STRV, but the alpha damage should make up for that. Next, it should be very accurate, 0.28 meters dispersion. Lastly, as I said, its gold should be APCR with 385 millimeters of penetration. It should have decent mobility like those tanks, going at 50 kilometers per hour. And the tank should have no armor. Although it's massive, I think it should still have good camo, or else what's the point? And this is what will make it a cut above the Grill 15 and the Clan Wars choice. It's basically a souped up Waffenträger Panzer IV, which that tank is one of the best snipers in the game. It has a turret, good alpha damage, high rate of fire, and insane APCR performance. For the second sniper tank that has 850 alpha damage, let's just use the DBV-152 as an example, as it's also a turreted tank destroyer with no armor. The DPM should be 2800. It's just a tad bit better than the Hori, but the Hori has the armor to make up for it. The accuracy is 0.33, same as the Hori, and the gold pen, as I mentioned, should be the same 360mm AP round. Basically, this tank is a higher alpha damage Hori with a turret, but in return it gets no armor and less health. Lastly, for the SPGs, I will add the 261v4 assault artillery from the Russian server. No, I'm just kidding, I'm not doing that. So, we got all the dedicated Clan Wars preferred variants of tech tree tanks available, which have roughly the same performance as their tech tree counterparts, but will be preferred in Clan Wars. But there's even more tanks we could have, niche roles that certain tanks are used to fulfill. Here's an example. A lot of times, the IS-7 is used to hold a specific part of the map because it's extremely fast and has a very strong turret with no weak spots. The only problem is that the IS-7 kind of has a weak gun compared to other tanks. Can we make a reward tank that is similar to this in that it can fulfill the role of being a fast hull down, but it might actually have a better gun? I'm not looking to add the next chieftain. This tank will not have crazy DPM or gun depression. See, I think the Object 452K is a good contender. The problem with the 452 is that it actually does have a weak spot, but mainly it's slow. The IS-7 goes 60 kilometers per hour without a turbo or field mods, 70 with both of those. The 452K only goes 40. I would personally buff the 452K to go 55 kilometers per hour and change its role from assault to breakthrough so it can also get the 4 kilometer per hour field mod. Since its power to weight is less than the IS-7, I would also buff its ground resistances so that it's actually faster to accelerate than the IS-7. Lastly, I would buff its heat pen from 320 to 340 so that it's the same as the 277. That's it. We've got a tank that is slightly slower and has a small weak spot on top, but it will get more gun depression to hide it, and more importantly, a gun with better penetration. So it's up to the person playing the Clan Wars to decide, do they want the mobility and turret armor edge of the IS-7 or the gun performance and gun depression of the 452K? This means that the 452K will actually be a useful pick for Clan Wars. The AMX-50B is used also a decent amount because it trades armor for increased firepower, while still retaining some hull armor that can be used to bait people with. Is there a tank that would be similar to the 50B? See, what comes to mind is the H3 from the Russian server would be a good contender. Well, actually, the H1. Apparently, there's a 120mm version of this tank called the H1. My source is this single comment on a post from the Armored Patrol. Yes, this is my only source. What? This is about as much research as Wargaming puts into tanks. Leave me alone. Anyway, with a 120mm, the H1 can have pretty much identical firepower to the 50B. 4 shots of 400 alpha damage with a 2.5 second intra-clip reload. It should also have similar mobility to the 50B, slightly lower top speed but better ground resistances, meaning it's overall the same in every situation except going downhill. I also think the turret armor should be nerfed to something more reasonable. One of the key differences is that I think the side armor should actually be somewhat decent. The 50B side armor is a complete auto pen. The H3 will not be so easy to pen, make it like 50 millimeters, so it will have slightly better armor than the 50B. All in all, this tank will have pretty much identical firepower and mobility to the MX-50B. However, it's a smaller profile and has slightly better armor in very specific circumstances. There are other assembly shop tanks that I think can be included as reward tanks, like the Object 780, the KPZ-07, and the Lion. Honestly, I don't think they need to be changed. They don't really fit any particular role for Clan Wars, and their stats are just fine the way they are. I would also like to include the Waffle E100 as a possible reward, because letting players grind it, taking it away, and then offering it back for 100,000 gold is so incredibly scummy. I'd let players get it through campaign missions, which, by the way, they can skip with gold that will actually add up to roughly the same amount of gold. Lastly, the T22SR can be an option as well because, I don't know, who cares? Now these are of course the tier 10 reward tanks that cost 10 tokens. But obviously I think there should be more lower tier reward tanks as well, like how on the third set of campaign missions, you get a tier 9 T55A for 4 tokens. We can add more options here, like for example, the Lissac V2, which is a double barrel 490 alpha damage tier 9 heavy tank. That would be very interesting and fun to have. Alternatively, there's the Lat Stritzforden, that's how you say it, 120, which is like a tier 9 UDES 03. Or even the old SU 12254 can be available, like how it is on the RU server. Now, Wargaming may or may not want to put premium tanks available here, as opposed to just reward tanks only. It depends, really. Premium tanks make more credits, as you know, and that's what Wargaming sells a lot of. However, I personally think it would be fine for someone to get a credit earner from personal missions, because yeah, they didn't have to pay real money for a premium tank, but it's really not any more overpowered than spending bonds on a tier 8 premium. Bonds, which as you know, don't cost anything from the player to gain. Wargaming already gives players a way to get premium tanks for free. This will be more important for the lower tier rewards. For the second set of campaign missions, you can get the tier 7 T28 concept for 2 tokens. We can add more options here as well, like the T44-122. But Chems, that's an alpha tester tank, you can't just give it away. Okay, fine, we'll just make the T44-122A. What's the difference? Some slight stats adjustments. Nobody will complain anyway because there aren't any alpha testers left in this game. We can also add a reward version of the SU-152 called the Ziverboy, the Sigma Boy, at tier 7. If we're gonna add premiums, I think the King Tiger, Caro di Assalto P88, of Claring's Panzer Panther, T23E3, and Super Hellcat would fit here just fine. Lastly, for the first set of campaign missions, you can get this tier 5 Stug 4 for 1 token. We can also add some bullshit tanks nobody wants here as well. I can't think of any reward tanks that exist in this game at tier 5. If we're gonna add premiums though, we can add the ARMT, KW1, VK6501, KV1SA, SU-122, and the AMX-13. And yeah, I suppose it might be a bit annoying that new players will purchase what they think is a premium but actually get a reward. But I don't know, man, we could just make these rewards premiums. I don't think it's really going to affect the game that much. Like, are you really going to get upset if a T55A is now a premium and can make credits with it? Nobody plays that tank anyway. Now, as you may have guessed, if you complete the 4th set of missions, for example, and get 10 tokens, you can buy multiple lower tier reward tanks with it. This is an option, but I realistically don't think players will do this unless they are extremely good at the game and want to get all the rewards as fast as possible. Or you have a lot of gold and bonds to spend. If you want to skip certain missions, you can use the campaign order to skip them. You get these orders by completing the hardest mission with honors, which means you complete the hardest mission along with a secondary condition. That is fine, but that means you get very little of them to actually use, and the ones you do get are used to skip the artillery missions, let's be real here. Well, I want to give players the option to use gold to skip missions, and bonds to skip the final, hardest level 15 mission. Remember what I said about it being okay to drain people's resources? Well, this is one of the ways. Now you may say, Chems, that means people can just skip every mission and get reward tanks without any work. Yeah, so what? Really, why is it such a big deal? Oh, because they didn't earn it. Whatever that means. Them getting it with gold doesn't somehow make you getting it by doing missions any worse. You both get the same tank and go about your business. Stop concerning yourself with what other people are doing. And you know what? Actually, let me ask you this. What is better? Selling the Waffle E100 for 100,000 gold? Or putting it behind 75 missions, of which each mission cost 1,350 gold to skip? It's the exact same result. People have gold to spend on the Waffle. How about instead, they have gold to spend on skipping missions for the Waffle, along with a bunch of more reward tanks. This is the kind of gold sinking I actually don't have a problem with. Quite frankly, I don't care if Wargaming put an auction tank for 100,000 gold, 1,000,000 gold, 10 trillion gold. I don't care. The part I find disgraceful is the fact that people long ago put hundreds of hours into this game to earn this tank, the Waffle E100, then Wargaming removes it for being too strong, and then adds it back behind a 100,000 gold paywall. Like, what the actual fuck is that? It's just lazy and pathetic. No. With my system, you can earn every single reward tank with hundreds of hours of hard work if you wish. And if you got the expendable cash, you can dump it on all of these tanks. Tanks that you want because they are competitive. But, like I said, they're not any more competitive or OP than tech tree tanks. They're just preferred in Clan Wars. Everybody is happy. The players are happy that they have access to all this new content, which they can achieve with whatever means they wish, free or paid. The content is interesting and desirable without ruining the game. Wargaming is content because players are of course playing the game much more now to acquire all these tanks. A decent amount of them are sinking all the resources they earned to get it quicker, and if they're not, they are definitely purchasing premium time and premium tanks to aid them with their missions. Anyway, I would just like to point out, assembly shop tanks already sell very well. However, imagine how much more Wargaming could sell if every assembly shop tank was Clan Wars competitive. Not overpowered, just competitive. And the assembly shop was a way to get a tank you'd otherwise have to grind hundreds of hours on, instantly. I think far more players would be interested in the assembly shop, knowing that if they buy them now, they can skip all these campaign missions. That's an even stronger amount of FOMO. And like, I know if Wargaming did something like this, you'd have players on Reddit getting upset, and Quickie Baby talking about how it's unfair, but it's really not. The entire ordeal is free to play. If you wish to pay, you can progress faster. I have absolutely no issue with pay to progress, and you don't either. Seriously, nobody says premium time is predatory monetization or pay to win, despite the fact that it boosts your progression. However, locking a tank that is flat out better than everything else behind a paywall is a problem. That is pay to win. Having a tank that is obtainable free to play and is actually obtainable, not like 279E levels of difficulty, while also giving whales an option to get it faster by paying is perfectly fine to me. Look man, you may disagree, but quite honestly, I'd rather have this kind of monetization than the alternative we currently have. World of Tanks needs tier 11 tanks at this point to revitalize the game. The only reason someone would object to this is because they assume Wargaming are going to make tier 11 tanks extremely overpowered and ruin the game. I said this already, but how sad is that? The trust and expectations are almost non-existent, and the average player loathes any new content to the game. I don't blame them, quite frankly. Almost every time Wargaming adds something new, the game becomes worse. We were supposed to be excited for wheeled vehicles, yet not one day after the test server opened, people hated it. Crew 2.0 was supposed to be revolutionary, yet it was hated, and Wargaming had to redo the crew skills, and it was only the third time where we could accept it. Here's the difference though. I don't plan on marketing tier 11 tanks by making them extremely overpowered, but by instead making them very interesting and unique. Anyway, Lesta already has tier 11 tanks on the Russian server, and I am not going to quite do it the same way they did it. They're only heavies, first of all, and they all have special AP FSDS rounds, with special abilities that they can activate in-game. We don't need to go that far with it. The tier 11s are not going to have any more armor than tier 10s. That would make them too strong because of the nature of how World of Tanks is balanced. Instead, they will have tier 11 firepower. But first, let me list all the tier 11s I want to add. There will be 2 for each class: heavy, medium, light, and tank destroyer. These tanks being the Object 279, Chieftain Mark 6, M60A2 Starship, Merkava, ATAC-2, Big Light Panzer 57, Kanonen Jagdpanzer 2, TNHT Clivettes. So, let's start discussing them. The Object 279 is the actual Object 279, not the 726, which Wargaming calls the 279E for some reason. That's a made-up name, by the way. Henceforth, when I talk about the 279E that everybody knows and loves, I will actually call it the Object 726 to avoid confusion. So, the Object 279 at tier 11 appears on RU, and its armor is very similar to the 726, but it's actually worse. Its cupola is bigger, its upper plate can still be penetrated with gold, and it even gets a lower plate. Plus, with high enough penetration, the turret itself starts to become weak. So, if the armor is worse than the 726, and it's a tier higher, why would you play this tank? Because it's much faster and has a meaty 560 alpha gun with very good DPM. I don't want tier 11s to have better armor than tier 10s, because can you imagine a 726 but with buffed armor? My god, that would suck. Now, unlike on RU, the 279 will not have AP FSDS, but just 350 heat instead, similar to those Clan Wars reward tanks that get special 350 heat. All other stats are roughly the same. You can actually check them out for yourself on Tanks GG. Lastly, I'd give it the reserve track mechanic because, obviously, it has 4 tracks, and that will make this tank interesting. Because of the nature of what this tank is, a 279, I don't feel like we have to do anything too crazy with this tank, and this will be enough to get people interested in it. The Chieftain Mark 6 will not be like the current Chieftain we have that has dominated the game for 4 painfully long years. That would be the T95/FE4201 Chieftain. This is the one that Wargaming nerfed. This Chieftain Mark 6 is actually already in the game files, and taking a look at its armor, you can already see that it's actually worse than the T95/FE4201. The turret is weaker, and has a larger cupola. I would however buff the hull armor a bit, so that it's not completely useless when it's not in a hull down, by making the side skirts quite thick, something like 50mm. This means if someone is firing heat, you can over-angle your side and it won't penetrate. Now, the hull armor is decent, but if this thing has a weaker turret than the current tier 10 Chieftain, and is also a higher tier, what will it have going for it? Insane firepower. The DPM is currently 3034, which is way higher than the tier 10 Chieftain's 2295. You may look at this and think, oh my god, this is so overpowered, but not really. The T110E5 has 2844. And actually, the T110E5 is a good tank to compare it to. It will be like the E5 in that it has massive firepower and a very nice snappy gun. However, the Chieftain will trade some frontal armor to instead go faster and have a much smaller weak spot. Additionally, as you may expect, being at tier 11, this thing will have a lot more health. All 3 of these tanks have 2200 health, but when making this Chieftain at tier 11, I think it should have 2600 health instead. Because this is tier 11, its gold pen should not be 310, that's pretty bad. I'd buff it to 330. You could make an argument that instead, we could give it AP FSDS rounds to make this tank have even more firepower in certain situations. I think this tank would be a suitable contender for Sabo rounds. Okay, those are the 2 heavies available. One is more armor orientated, and the other is more firepower orientated. Next, let's discuss the mediums as they're both quite infamous. The M60A2 Starship. This tank will have identical mobility and armor to the M60, except its turret will be strong like a Concept 1B, plus an enormous weak spot. However, this thing can fire missiles. Well, not really. It will just be a big HE round. Wait, no, there are missiles already in the game. Well, rockets, I guess. You guys remember the overwhelming fire mode? The artillery fired a bunch of these rockets, so this mechanic is already in the game. We could make the M60A2 fire just one big rocket. Better yet, since this will fire a special rocket type of HE, it will be the only tank in the game to have the old HE mechanics allowing for splash damage. The old HE mechanics are still in the game in Steel Hunter, for example, so it's not like Wargaming has to do all this work to get the old HE back into the game. Old HE is already here. And old HE mechanics for this tank would probably make it very interesting indeed. Since the last two tanks are already in the game, you could look up their stats. However, this gun is unique, so I'll make up the stats right here. As you can see, the Starship has quite a nasty damage output of 850 alpha, and a 17-second reload giving it a 2975 base DPM. However, this thing is balanced out by the fact that its penetration on all rounds is quite poor. Remember, this thing is tier 11, so it can never meet tier 8s. The weakest tanks it will face are tier 9s, which aren't weak at all. 300mm of gold heat pen is just bad. Like for example, it cannot pen an E100 basically anywhere, not even when the E100's turret is flat. So this tank will have to aim very carefully if it wants to penetrate tanks. You may notice the dispersion factors are actually pretty good. This is what makes it a tier 11 and not a tier 10. Its accuracy isn't that bad, and the aim time's good for the caliber. The only thing balancing it out is its slow shell velocity. Good players will be able to make this tank work with careful aim and getting good flanking shots. Its dispersion factors are actually identical to the Sheridan except for the turret rotation. The turret rotation dispersion factors really ruin the Sheridan. Speaking of which, let's actually compare the two guns. The Starship gets better DPM, especially with HE, higher penetration as well, and the gun handling is better. So the M60A2 will sort of be like a meme tank, but can actually perform quite well in the right hands. Additionally, you could consider giving this thing a large explosion radius, sort of like how the Assault already is on the Lesta server, in that you can hit people around corners with splash damage. Now, you could call this toxic, however, this is not artillery, it does not have a top-down view, and it's very easy to kill. So if you see an M60A2, you will know that you can be splashed from around corners, and you will play accordingly. The other tank is the Merkava, you know, the Israeli tank. There could be a possibility of adding an Israeli tech tree, or maybe a more broad tech tree with a variety of different nation tanks in it, but by putting it in the American tech tree, it will suffice for now, as it is more accurate anyway. So these stats should be complete and utter dog shit because it's a Jewish tank. No, I'm just kidding. These stats already exist on Tanks GG, and I'll add it as it is but with some changes. The armor is a bit too weak even for a tier 10. I would buff the frontal armor just a little bit so that when it angles it's decently strong. Then buff the side protection to be a lot thicker, like 30mm of spaced armor. That way if people are firing heat at it, it can over-angle and absorb it. I will buff the turret armor but retain its weak spot, and even the front of the turret can be weak to very high penetration guns. This is effective armor without it being overpowered. It can bounce nearly any tank, but anything can pen it if they aim properly. I think to top it off, to make this tank interesting, it should have the same speed mode mechanic as the CS63, allowing it to switch between going 55 km per hour and 70. Also, just like in real life, this tank will have a special feature being able to go backwards very quickly. So overall, the Merkava will be a good all-rounder with decent armor, mobility, and firepower, with the added bonus of excellent mobility in the speed mode. So for the light tanks, I should mention that they will not get special matchmaking as light tanks normally do. That being, light tanks are always matched with another light tank. No, we're not doing that. These tanks aren't necessarily scouts. They're just highly mobile with no armor and relatively small guns. So with that being said, the first tank is ATAC-2. This tank is a tier 9 on the Lesta server. You can check out its stats there. This light tank has armor, which is why I'm moving it to tier 11. We will have to buff a few things when we move it there. First and foremost, it should go 72 km per hour instead of 65. Next, the magazine will have 6 shots instead of 5, so its clip potential is 1440, which will allow it to fully clip pretty much every other light tank in the game. However, it has to connect all 6 of its shots on a full speed light tank to do so good luck with that. its reload should go from 28.76 seconds to 23.76 seconds, which means its DPM goes from 2002 to 2903, which is about what the Sheridan has, a tier lower, except this is an autoloader. Next, its penetration should be buffed a bit. Standard APCR 265 and gold APCR is 310. This tank should be accurate with 0.33 meters dispersion, and the dispersion after firing be buffed from 3.5 to 3. Lastly, I'd buff this tank to have 430 base view range. This would make it the highest in the game, which means although this light isn't forced to be a scout because of the matchmaker, this tank can actually scout if it needs to. It also means this tank isn't forced to use coated optics, and actually has a choice when it comes to what equipment to use, which is rare for a light tank. This tank will also have access to the reserve track mechanic that the Yo tanks have, and given it's a light, it should still be fairly mobile when using it. The top speed drops from 70 km per hour to 40. That's all I would do to this tank. It's fast, has nice firepower and scouting capabilities, while also having some armor in specific scenarios, like when hull down. But don't be fooled by its hull armor, it looks great against 90mm guns, but 100mm and higher and they can overmatch it everywhere. That's why it's a light tank and not a medium. That, and because its mobility is very high. Begleite Panzer 57. This tank will be an even more extreme version of the ATAC-2. It will have no armor, like at all, but it will be very fast, going 80 km per hour, and have a massive power to weight ratio. I know this isn't really historical, but f*** off, this is World of Tanks. The gun will be a 57mm autocannon, similar to the Czech light tanks, but not quite. The Czech lights have a blistering rate of fire and low damage. This won't be quite like that. It will have something similar to the autocannon that the M5YE2 Thunderclap had in the overwhelming fire mode. This means the gun will overheat if firing for too long. This is to balance out the absurd damage output this thing will be capable of. Basically, this thing will have a 300 rounds per minute rate of fire. That's 5 rounds a second. Or to put it in autoloader terms, 0.2 seconds intraclip reload. Its magazine size will be 150 rounds that do 36 damage. That means it will have a potential clip damage of a mighty 5,400, but it will take 30 seconds to do that. However, that still means it can kill a mouse in 16.7 seconds, which is not quite as fast as the Waffle 100, which can do it in 10 seconds back when it had 6 shots. However, this is still insane for a light tank, so it will have an overheating mechanic after 10 seconds. In those 10 seconds, you will be able to do 1800 damage before needing to cool down for 8 seconds. Yeah, this will get confusing really quickly, so let me just lay it out really simply what this tank can do. It will burst 1800 damage in 10 seconds, cool down for 8 seconds, burst again for 1800 damage in 10 seconds, cool down for another 8 seconds, before finally being able to burst its last 1800 damage in 10 seconds. Then, you are out of ammo, and you will need to reload for 40 seconds. This will give the tank a DPM of 3,375, which seems very high, but remember, the Tessac has high DPM, but really isn't considered overpowered because actually consistently connecting every single shot in your clip multiple times in a minute is nearly impossible. In fact, let's compare what I'll call burst DPM of these tanks. Okay, so burst DPM is a metric I will use to gauge just how much damage output things like autoloaders or autocannons can dish out. I guess the simplest way to think about it is to imagine if autoloaders and autocannons did not have to reload. They had infinite magazine sizes. What would their burst DPMs be? I'll give a few examples of tank burst DPMs. The 50B has 9,600 burst DPM. The T57 Heavy has 12,000. The TVP has 13,000. The WTF 100 has 16,800. The Gendrarm has 13,000. The Cobra has a mighty 19,600 burst DPM, as you would expect because that thing can kill things very quickly. The Minotauro has a burst DPM of 3,200. As you can imagine, this thing isn't really an autoloader, right? Like, 8 seconds between shells means its burst TPM is basically just normal tank DPM. So what does the Tessac have as a reference? 14,600. That's pretty good, and makes sense as dumping mags quickly is this tank's specialty. With high explosive, this is almost 30,000 burst DPM. This is what 30,000 DPM looks like, by the way. So what will the burst DPM of the Big Light be? It's 10,800. It's not actually that high compared to other autoloaders. The difference is that unlike those, its magazine size is massive, 5,400, which means you can have much more sustained damage output if you just don't overheat and fire your gun properly. I've adjusted the replay speed of this replay to emulate what this tank would be like. Basically, the Tessec has higher DPS, I guess you could say, meaning that the damage it does is done a lot faster than the Big Light. However, the Big Light has more damage to give. Instead of 900, it's 1800, albeit a bit slower. The best part is you can do up to 5400 if you don't overheat your gun, but that would mean you'd be firing much slower. Another big balancing factor is that it will have pretty low penetration of 220. This is still better than the Tessac's 192, but this means that, like how the Tessac could in theory do 1800, but will probably do a lot less. The only time this tank will be insane is up close on a stationary target, allowing it to dump 1800 damage in 10 seconds. For perspective, the FOSH-B does 2400 damage in 10 seconds, but the FOSH-B has 325 APCR pen and is a tier lower. This all seems balanced to me, while also being really fun to play. You know what? I just thought of another way of demonstrating this tank's damage output. Just multiply the damage in interclip by 10. Okay, this tank's firepower is equivalent to a 5-shot autoloader that does 360 damage and has a 2-second interclip reload. Then this tank reloads its clip, or in this case cools down the barrel, in 8 seconds to do it all over again. Now, that 8 seconds downtime might be too short and make this tank seem a bit too overpowered, but remember what I said, it's tier 11 with 220mm of penetration. You're going to bounce and miss a lot of your shots. If we do the same experiment with the Tessec, we see the Tessec has a 7.5 shot autoloader doing 120 damage every 0.5 seconds before needing to reload for 14. 7.5 shot autoloader. Okay, the math doesn't really make sense here. Let's try again. The Tessec has a 3-shot autoloader doing 300 damage every 1.25 seconds. Yeah, that's perfect actually. You can see that the Big Light has a larger magazine doing more damage, but the interclip is a bit slower. The Tessec takes 14 seconds to reload, the Big Light takes 8 seconds to cool down. In fact, I'll just show you what this tank can do, but in War Thunder.
That dude's reaction time.
The final two tier 11s are tank destroyers. The first one is the Kanonenjagdpanzer II. This will basically be a better STRV-103B. Instead of having auto ricochet armor, it will just have normal thick armor with a weak lower plate and a cupola. Since its gun is 110mm, like the Concept 5, it will have 430 alpha damage, but roughly the same DPM as the STRV-103B, along with very high penetration. Now here's the interesting part. This tank will have an auto reloader similar to the Lion, 4 shots of 430 alpha damage with an interclip of 3.5 seconds. This means this tank will have a potential clip damage of 1720 and it will take 10.5 seconds to unload. However, doing so will make your DPM a lot worse. The top speed will be 70 km/h, just like the tier 8 Kanonenjagdpanzer. Now it gets even more interesting. This tier 11 will also have access to the AP FSDS rounds. So for now, this is the only tier 11 that has access to Sabo rounds. Now I did say maybe the Chieftain could have it, but this tank will definitely have it. So its maximum damage, if aimed properly, is 710, and if aimed poorly, 150. This may sound overpowered, but remember all 4 Sabo rounds have to hit perfectly to do full damage, and if they do, the clip damage will be 2840, which is basically the same as the Wafa E100's 2800. If you try to Cupola snipe with AP FSDS, you will do 150 damage, totaling 600 damage your entire magazine. So overall, this tank is just a better version of the STRV-103B, but of course, a tier higher, an auto reloader, and has access to the AP FSDS rounds. This tank will be a sniper, but it will also actually be very interesting to play. TNHT Clevettes. If you notice, this tank is basically a tank destroyer version of the VZ55. Its turret is a lot larger and weaker, but still has armor overall. The gun caliber is 152, so the alpha damage should be 750, except I think, like the VZ55, it should have a 2-round autoloader, with an intra-clip of 3 seconds. Now, 3 seconds is quite fast compared to something like a Foch 155, whose 750 alpha damage shells require 5 seconds between them. But remember, this is a tier 11 tank after all, so I think it's balanced. The reload should be 28 seconds, giving it a DPM of 2903. Other than that, I think the mobility should be pretty much the same as the VZ55, except this big ass turret should make the tank heavier and thus the power to weight be maybe just a bit less. Despite its enormous size, I still think it should get some camo, so that it's not completely useless on big open maps. So there you go, 8 new tier 11 tanks to get, most of which are already in the game at a variety of tiers, but can be made into solid tier 11s. Now these tier 11s will not be overpowered, but will definitely have unique gameplay, and will be fun to play at the very least. So, how does one go about obtaining a tier 11 tank? Well, it won't be an extension of the tech tree. That would be silly because we made a whole tech tree larger but only added a few tanks. No. Now, the Russian server has a whole process to get a tier 11 that has you going through a lot of hoops. You have to reset a tech tree line, regrind it to get some points, and no, you cannot just free XP the line after you reset. You have to actually buy every single tank, play it, and win a game for it to count. After all that, you don't even get the tank. You get one dumb reward that later leads into the tank. It's kind of an annoying pain in the ass, to be honest. Now, there are 65 tier 10 tech tree tanks. I like the idea of resetting a line because it basically means you've ground out a line and are willing to grind it again if it means you can unlock a tier 11 tank. And it encourages players to play the actual game itself, which is grinding the tech tree. Right? Like that's what everybody does all the time in World of Tanks. It's just grind out the tech tree, get new tanks, and move on. Well, this is now an extension of that. This will encourage players to play tech tree tanks a lot more, or pay lots of money for gold to convert to free XP. Either way, it's a win for Wargaming. When you reset a line, you don't lose the tank and have to repurchase it and put all your equipment and crew skills and whatnot back in. No, it just says it's locked, saying research required or something, the same way rentals are locked when their time runs out. I think every tank should cost 3 tech tree line reset points to acquire, and you don't have to regrind the line, you can just reset them. See, Lesta makes you go through all these hoops for tier 11 because they want to artificially inflate the playtime because there's only 3 tier 11 tanks. If they were relatively easy to get, then you'd just get them all and be done with the game after that. We do not have such an issue. There are 8 tier 11 tanks to choose from, so getting them doesn't have to be nearly as annoying and tedious. So to get all tier 11 tanks, you need to grind and reset 24 tech tree lines. Now pay attention to that. Not only do you have to grind the line, but you will lose it too. So you will have to regrind it again if you want it back. Some people have spent their entire WoT career getting 24 tech tree tanks. In fact, most people don't even have that much. So realistically, people may get 1 to 2 tier 11 tanks, and big whales with lots of money to spend can convert a bunch of free XP to get more tier 11s quickly. But even then, you'll still have to grind the free XP in the first place to convert. Fortunately, it will be a lot easier with all the premium tank bonuses and game modes available. In fact, I think the specialty of tier 11 tanks is that they will earn a lot of experience, like they have an experience multiplier. That way, once you own a tier 11 and want to get more tier 11s, and you have a lot of gold, which clearly everybody does, you can play your tier 11 to grind huge amounts of experience to convert, which will either help you grind tech tree tanks faster or skip them altogether, helping you get another tier 11 sooner. I had an idea. It may be a bit of a silly troll idea, but I don't know, hear me out. What if there is like a completionist's reward for acquiring all 8 tier 11 tanks? I thought, hey, as a bonus for getting them all, and essentially completing the entire game, the player is awarded with a golden waffle E100. This version has the original 6 shells instead of 5, like how it was when it first came out. Cams, that's toxic and overpowered. Maybe, but these things will be so rare, you will almost never fight them. Like, when the T95 FV421 Chieftain first came out in 2019, nobody really cared, because they were so rare. Then, Wargaming, in their infinite wisdom, basically handed them out for free through the bond auction, and now every game had a Chieftain in it. That's when it became a problem. Ask yourself this, is a golden Waffenträger E100 with 6 shells really that big of a problem if you only see them maybe once per month? I don't think so. Plus, it's not as if it's a Chieftain that is impossible to kill, it's still a waffle that you can very easily HE to death. This thing will be an ultimate flex. By the way, this is how I would introduce tier 11 tanks. 2 vehicles for every class, requiring you to play the base game normally by completing tech tree tanks, and then deciding what lines you'd like to research again in order to get a tier 11. Tier 11s that don't necessarily break the game by being overpowered, but instead have unique gameplay that you really can't get anywhere else in the game. Another idea I had is that tier 11 tanks might be able to participate in clan wars, but not all clan wars, certain clan wars. And instead of it being 15v15 tier 11s, which would be crazy, I would say it would be a normal 15v15 tier 10, except each team can bring 3 tier 11s. So you would have your special dedicated tier 11 players readying up specific tanks, and you would really have to decide, do you want the heavies, do you want mediums, do you want tank destroyers, or do you want light tanks? You only get to pick 3. This could be an interesting way to spice up clan wars. We'd have to test it out though. Some extra small things I would like to do are, for example, add all chat back to the game, where you can communicate with the enemy team. This used to be in the game, but was removed for some bullshit reason. On RU, they added back all chat, and it's amazing. Games are just so much more intriguing when you have the ability to talk to the enemy team. The deception tactics are hilarious. Telling the enemy where you are, but you're actually somewhere else is an example. Hilarious fun. Now, people are going to complain that players can give away your position to the enemy team. However, if that happens, you can report that player and get them chat banned. Simple. And if you say, oh, Wargaming support doesn't ban people or they don't do anything, that's just wrong. They do. People already get chat banned for nothing, like saying oxymoron as an example. Because the retards that run Wargaming support see the word moron and think not only it's a swear word, but one bad enough to warrant a 5-day chat ban. I will abolish chat bans for swears. The only way you can get chat banned is doxing or actively threatening violence to someone. Otherwise, there is no reason to chat ban someone. If you disagree, and you think the N-word, for example, should get you chat banned, it's time for your wimpy ass to get off the internet. Words are just words, and you choose to let them affect you. I will not let the annoying, socially awkward loser weirdos dictate social policy for the rest of us. I considered adding team damage back, but there is one small problem with this. Although I like team damage, the day it's added back, guess what people are going to start doing? They're going to start team killing each other to test it out, right? And those who don't even know it's back will shoot their allies and not realize that team damage is back and they just damaged their ally. It will be a huge annoying mess. I think the best solution is to give everybody a freebie the first time they shoot their allies. The shell impacts them and does nothing, like how it is at the moment. However, you get a warning message saying team damage is active and the next shot you fire will do damage. Now, the reason you'd want team damage is so that players are far more careful with where they position their vehicle and more careful with where they fire. However, I understand getting hit by an ally is infuriating. So I think that shells that hit your ally have their penetration and damage cut in half. So there's still an incentive to aim carefully and avoid hitting your allies. However, if you do accidentally hit them, you are far less likely to penetrate their armor. And if you do, you only deal half as much damage. This will be far less punishing for both players, while also maintaining the benefit of team damage, making the game more skill intensive. Also, I will give players the ability to send a ticket in if team damage was intentional, to get the perpetrator banned. For example, someone shoots their ally light tank because he isn't YOLO scouting on Prokhorovka. This is bannable. So if someone accidentally hits someone, they're fine. However, if they purposely shoot someone because they disagree with how they're playing, that's bannable. And don't worry, Wargaming already reviews replays of people committing physics abuse and bans them. So it's not like Wargaming now has to dedicate a whole team to review replays. They already do that. It's just that now instead of reviewing replays for something as retarded as swear words for chat bans, they're reviewing replays of people giving away their allies' positions or intentional team damage. You know, things that actually matter. Anyway, this is how I would bring back team damage in alt chat. Bringing back alt chat especially will be the cherry on top for convincing players who quit the game to come back and try it out again. You know, it's no coincidence that some of the most popular games ever are really just game engines that people can mod and create stuff with. This also ties to the fact that, for example, Valve is one of the most beloved companies. Why is that? Well, Valve is completely carried by user-generated content. CSGO, Team Fortress 2, Gary's Mod. Valve didn't make these. These were mods for Half-Life made by some dude who could code. There's actually one person at Valve who's working on TF2. So what does that mean? Games that allow users to generate the most content for it become the most popular and stay popular. Valve does as little as possible while providing as much as possible. And you see Wargaming does as little as possible. Yeah, you see the problem? Other companies, albeit before they were popular, experimented with their games. Like I previously mentioned, Fortnite experimenting with battle royales. Now, I'm not saying World of Tanks needs to be the next Fortnite, but it's clear from the modding community from back around 2015 that people will definitely put in hours to make things for this game. The closest, like, different game mode mod thing I could think of is EBR Races, which is made by the community, and it's a mod for the game. And it's even, like, officially supported by Wargaming. Like, they even do streams of EBR racing tournaments and whatnot. So, like, why do we have to stop with just EBR Races? Why can't there be a whole API for this game allowing people to mod it? Who knows what else we could come up with? One of the most dire user-generated content we need are custom maps. If the community could design maps instead of Wargaming, not only would Wargaming never need to spend the hundreds of thousands of dollars on map development, but the maps being made will be what the actual community itself wants, right? There's no guesswork. The reason this doesn't exist is, let's be real, it would be very costly and expensive for Wargaming to develop a whole 3D developer tool for their game, right? Like, they would have to design their own 3D software with a whole studio version of their game and, oh, what's that? Oh, they already did? Huh. It's called Unified Editor, and you could just straight up make maps with it. Except it's heavily stripped down to the point where you can only edit the garage. Why? That's why you see all those mods that change the garage, but there aren't actually any mods that change the maps themselves. And yes, there are skybox mods for an example, but that doesn't actually edit the map, it just edits the texture. Now, obviously, Wargaming wouldn't want people importing, like, random-ass assets from God knows where that are broken and will crash the game or are copyrighted, or even just look off from how World of Tanks normally looks. However, this doesn't change the fact that this unified editor could be used to just edit maps, not create maps from scratch requiring people to upload a bunch of assets. Like, this doesn't have to be a whole developer kit from the ground up. It could just allow users to mold terrain and place assets that already exist in the game. Like, think of how Minecraft puts you in a world and gives you an assortment of blocks to work with. I can't just import a truck or something. I have to use the assets provided for me. Unified Editor can put you on a base plane or a map that already exists and just provide you with the trees and the buildings that you can put wherever you wish. Now, I think the main reason Wargaming doesn't already do this is because they're afraid of their assets being stolen, even though I think that can be avoided if there's no option to import or export assets, only use them. And realistically, it's not that hard to steal from their game already. Regardless, this seems to be a thing with Russians. Like, in the West, we don't much care about stolen assets, really. Like, if we did, Roblox would not exist for more than a week. Russians, on the other hand, are very secretive with their code. Like, if you tried to explain the concept of open source to a Russian programmer, he'd probably just burst into flames. Anyway, I think one of the most underrated ways to make a game popular with a thriving community is to allow players to create their own content. This could be anything as well, like 3D attachments, for an example. These are like 10 years late to the game, but I guess better late than never. The current attachments we have are so ridiculously stupid it baffles me. Like, Wargaming went through all this work just to add like goofy shit 90% of people find repulsive. Like, I can attach a big heavy metal thing to my tank that shoots flames. Seriously? Heavy metal? What the fuck, Wargaming couldn't even be bothered to license any like band or something? They just went with like literal text saying heavy metal. Or this angry robotic shark. The average person from the outside looks at this game and think this is a game played by faggots. Because it is. Now look, I'll admit, Wargaming actually did a pretty good job with the minigun attachment. It even fires every time you get a kill. We need more like this. Like a Dishka that also fires when you get a kill or something. Or, better yet, allow players to create their own 3D models, upload them to the game like mods, maybe like a Steam Workshop type of thing, and sell them for a commission. If a player makes something people like, he will get a lot of gold for it. And of course, there will be a 10% commission to Wargaming, so overall gold is being used up. This can be done with anything, by the way. Custom user-generated camos, custom user-generated decals, you name it. Obviously, people could use this to add offensive content, but hey, there's already a report system, and if someone abuses it, they can just be banned from ever creating or even purchasing these user-generated content. It's really not that hard to implement. You know what's funny is that I always thought a game like Sprocket would be pretty cool, even before Sprocket existed. Except it would be a game mode for World of Tanks where you can mash parts of other tanks into one, and a rank would be given to it, so it fights tanks of similar ranking. It's crossout, basically. I'm asking for a World of Tanks crossout. By the way, if I was ever playing crossout and I got bored, I would just scroll endlessly at the user-generated vehicles and test them out for fun. This kept me actually logged into the game and made me desire certain parts and convinced me to grind for them. This is exactly what we want. We want players to play the game for as long as possible, even if it means dangling enticing things in front of them. Speaking of keeping players playing as long as possible, I would make team training rooms great again. Seriously, this is how you can tell the game is fully dead. Back 10 years ago, there were dozens of training rooms with people playing games that they made up for fun. Now there are like 1 to 2 at best. The Russian server, though, where the game is still alive and thriving, is full of them. But yeah, in these training rooms, there are all sorts of fun and unique modes made by the community, like hide and seek, where players take small tanks, turn off their HUDs, and hide from the seekers. Runners versus chasers, where the runners would try to ram the chasers to death. Last person alive wins. Or this other one, I don't remember the name of it, but it had you in a light tank trying to dodge all the artillery on the other team. So like all the arty would be on the hill on Himmelsdorf, and they would just rain fire down, and you just have to survive for as long as possible. Wargaming, the community is begging you to foster this creativity. It's user-generated game modes, a combination of two things I said this game needs more of: user-generated content and game modes. What I would do is allow for far more control over training rooms, like the ability to enable or disable team killing, hide player icons for hide and seek, enable respawns, and etc. You know, I'd even go so far as to disable invisible walls so people can climb, even though I think that's a silly thing to do just for training rooms. But if it keeps players logged in and playing the game, then so be it. So, Chems, these are quite a lot of things you described for the game. How do you honestly expect Wargaming to implement even a quarter of what you said when they can't even add a new map within the last 2 years? Well, it's quite simple actually. We fire 80% of Wargaming employees. What? How is firing employees going to get us more content? Well, here's the thing. It's no great secret that 20% of employees do 80% of the work. Or if we want to be even more specific, the square root of the employees do half the work. Basically what I'm saying is, Wargaming is a bloated company. I mean, this isn't even like an abstract concept that I just made up. Like, World of Tanks started out as a group of guys in a team that ran out of money, but still made it work. It didn't take much from a resource perspective to get World of Tanks to become popular. As the game grew more and more, and generated much more money, the studio could afford to expand as the cash flow allowed it to. Well, World of Tanks quickly dropped off in popularity. They fired a bit of people, but to maintain the cash flow, the company quickly ramped up its monetization, which just made the game less and less popular. Now, I know, no company wants to downsize. It looks extremely bad to everyone. Players, the staff, the investors, like I totally get that. However, too bad. They took a huge risk making World of Tanks, and now they have to take another huge risk to fix it. See, Wargaming still has a huge inflow of cash. They just need to stop spending it on useless shit. Media collabs, celebrity cameos, the HR department, all of that useless junk that makes the game look dumber. If these things were so effective, how come other popular games don't do it? Because it's a fucking retarded waste of money. Also, you seriously mean to tell me the small team at Wargaming at 2010 could make World of Tanks, and now the company of 4,000 employees can't make a new map in 2 years, and you want to tell me Wargaming isn't bloated? Yeah, I just don't buy that. Cut the bloat. Elon Musk did it with Twitter, and it basically ran the same. Now, World of Tanks, and in general Wargaming, is definitely a bit more nuanced than Twitter. However, this doesn't exonerate them from optimization. Like, for example, the official World of Tanks YouTube channel. They make videos that cost a lot of money for pretty much nothing. Zero gain. Like, you have to pay the host, rent a studio, pay for a camera and audio crew, an editor, and whoever manages the channel. All for $100 worth of ad revenue. Obviously, this is a huge waste of money. That's why Wargaming makes half the video a paid sponsorship that pisses everybody off. Why do all this garbage when you can have it done literally for free by members of the community? You just pay them with gold or a fancy premium tank. There are plenty of extremely high quality YouTube filmmakers that could do this for them. You know, maybe if Wargaming stopped gatekeeping their Wargaming TV mod, it would allow members of the community to make content of quality high enough to be put on the official World of Tanks channel. Anyway, do you understand what I'm getting at? Like, maybe if Wargaming used the funds they generate for stuff that benefits the game would benefit. It's crazy, I know. And really, Wargaming should not have virtue signaled to the world that they are against Russia because of the war in Ukraine, selling off their largest audience to a different company, along with all the talent, who will actually run the game better than they do. Like, the image you're looking at right now, yeah, it's a meme, but it's not wrong, is it? Everything in this is factually correct. You can buy candy and beverages with World of Tanks Gold promo codes in them. You get like $150 worth of stuff if you start off fresh. I just had a realization. Like, imagine how cool it would be if every time you bought a white monster, you got a promo code for 500 gold. That would be... Yeah, let's talk about more shit things Wargaming decided to do. Like, firing one of their most important and prominent developers and founders, quite frankly, because he, get this, sided with his own country in a war. It doesn't matter what your political beliefs are. It has absolutely nothing to do with running a fucking video game company. Side note, I wrote the script in February and right now it's May, and this just in, Lesta's getting in a lot of hot water with the Russian government over support of Ukraine. Even though that's what Wargaming did before they split, the Russian government is blaming them. So it looks like I was right, obviously. Taking a political stance didn't do anything for your company. In fact, now it's getting you in trouble. I hope selling this skin was worth it. No, but seriously though, I think that all the real talent went over to RU and Project Cold War, leaving Wargaming with the scraps. This is just a complete random conspiracy theory I made up. It's not backed by anything, but if 80% of Wargaming employees are fired, the funding can go to the remaining 20% that actually contribute to the game. It will once again be a relatively small studio that can make a relatively massive game. Now, if you think firing 80% of people is too harsh, and maybe you yourself watching this video work for Wargaming in some way, and you think that is too harsh, the fact that you feel threatened by this idea should be a wake-up call, because you've just mentally associated yourself with the 80% that will get fired, not the 20% doing the real work. If you don't want to get fired, maybe contribute in a way that makes you too important to be fired. Speaking of firing people, like, one of the first people I'd fire is Ikabu. Now, listen, I have no idea who this person is. Like, I've never interacted with them, and they've never interacted with me. I have nothing against him personally, but it seems that all of you guys do. From what I'm able to gather, this person has some sort of superiority complex.
This matchmaker was in development for roughly 2 years. We don't know when the idea was planted or when it started. But while it was in development, Wargaming's head of community, Ikibu, was constantly trashing the idea of a better matchmaking system, or just really anything that kind of could make it better. Anytime someone comes up with an idea for the matchmaker, or says how changing it would benefit the game, he would stretch what was stated to an impossible state where it would obviously be false as a method of invalidating what people were saying, to make it sound preposterous and that it actually wouldn't be a good idea anymore.
Are you considering changes to matchmaking? Yes, we are. We do it all the time. We even do tests. Somebody saying if you just fix matchmaking, you would get 50% more players overnight. I can tell you that's not true because we actually do tests on matchmaking.
I really don't want to get too far into it, but I do see some fundamental flaws with the head of the community team openly arguing with how the players of their game feel about their game. Sure, there's plenty of stuff that's like objectively right and wrong, like the ever-present crowd that somehow still thinks the game is rigged. I honestly can't believe it. That's one thing. Replying to paragraphs of accurate criticism with a single sentence reply, one that doesn't even acknowledge the message's contents in any way, constantly like egoing people for the sake of feeling important, and I only say that because I really don't know what the point is otherwise. Several people have also been banned or muted on the official Discord for saying he has a god complex, which I don't really feel the need to elaborate much on because, yeah, good idea after good idea after good idea, and repeatedly being met with, "Where is your data? Show me your data," by someone who you know will never show you their data, is a slap in the face to anybody who would actually want to try making the game better from a community standpoint. That just sucks. And then, a couple days after the very good matchmaking changes were announced, we got hit with this. Tragic loss has departed the Wargaming team.
But look, man, you have to actually do something to earn this complex, not just be a nerd who works at Wargaming. There are examples of things this person says that upsets the community. Here's one. There was, or is, a bug in World of Tanks where high explosive rounds with practically no penetration somehow penetrate a tank, when there's no possible way it could. Like, it's not even as if the shell hit some funky angle, it's more like there isn't a single plate on this tank weak enough to be penetrated by a high explosive round. Yet, it does regardless. When concerns are raised in the community, his response is to claim that this is intentional, then point to a video that has absolutely nothing to do with the bug, but with how high explosive ammo was changed slightly. He has absolutely no idea what the hell he's talking about, yet he argues with such confidence. Or even better, this absolute gem of a message. Someone was asking if Wargaming development team is working on a way to slow down games to combat turbo games. The 15-1 losses that happen in like 2 minutes. You know what his response is? The devs have found that the average battle time is the same as it was 10 years ago, based on actual numbers. We are aware many players feel otherwise, but the average battle duration has not shortened. Wow, just a bald-faced lie straight to our faces. You know, this is like when our government straight up lies to us, saying there's no inflation or crime hasn't gone up, we're all just stupid racist idiots.
Trump, our economy was good, life was good.
But you know the economy's better under Biden than Trump.
Bullshit.
Well, that's what the stats show. That's what the facts show.
Well, you know what? I don't know where they're getting their facts, but I don't think they're valid. I don't know where their facts are coming from.
If the entire community unanimously agrees the games are ending faster, it literally does not matter one bit what any bullshit numbers say. It doesn't. Like, what the fuck was the thought process here? Actually, games aren't longer. They are the same duration. The numbers say so. And like what, all of us are supposed to be like, oh, my bad guys, don't worry. It's actually the same duration. Oh, what a relief. I can't wait to go back to playing the game with this new realization. Watch, the next messages will be, games are shorter, but it's actually your fault. Followed by, games are shorter than before, and that's actually a good thing. Written by Ikaboostein, or written by Ikabooberg. Instead of saying, we aren't sure why this is happening, but we're going to try and figure it out and look for solutions. Instead, we're just going to deny it exists and lie that everything is normal. Don't listen to what your eyes and ears report to you, just listen to whatever we tell you. This only scratches the surface. See, Ikaboo has a history of allegedly getting people who disagree with him fired at Wargaming because his narcissism can't accept criticism. But this isn't going to be an exposed video, so I'll just leave it at that. There's a conspiracy going around that the reason Tragic Loss was fired was because of Ikaboo. Now, the only evidence for this, if you could even call it evidence, is the fact that her position was available like a week after she was fired. So they didn't fire her because of any cost-cutting measures. And she also did not much like Ikaboo personally. However, one small problem with this theory is that for the new position for community manager, they have to move to Prague. So if Tragic Loss was given that option, then, and she probably said no, then that's probably why they fired her. So, yeah, that's all we really have to go off of because Wargaming doesn't tell us anything. And, well, if you don't tell us anything, we have to sort of make up bullshit on our own. But like I said, this is just a conspiracy theory. It's funny, he even goes on like huge arguments with members of the community where he defects any criticism and ignores any actual points being made against him, preferring to tone police people, threatening punishments if they don't comply. And look, the reason I'm telling you all this is because overall, it seems to just be a huge detriment to the community. If I was in charge, I'd give him a stern talking to saying, I don't care how right you are, you're constantly upsetting people in the community. Knock it off or you're out. It's honestly hilarious. So you're telling me they're gonna fire Ixta, Domo Sapien, and now Tragic Loss for whatever reason. But Ikaboo is... he's indispensable, man. Did you not see all the amazing things he's done for the community? Like piss them off all the time and be wrong constantly? Now, what I'm about to show you does not need to be shown or said, and it will definitely hurt my case and probably damage my credibility. But I don't care, it's fucking hilarious. Look at this little weirdo avoid eye contact with a woman, because I guess she makes him uncomfortable.
And that's everything for this episode of the WoT Monthly. We hope that you're ready for the news, events and information coming to you in March. And I appear to be...
I just want to get a cup of coffee.
It's fine, no.
That's right, we're going to personal insults and clowning. This is my video and you can't ban me off it.
It's time for this Texan to yeehaw her way back to Texas because it is way too cold. I had to rent this sweater,
And then Commander OnlyFans over here is talking about yeehawing her way back to Texas. Like, why don't you yeehaw your way back to your ancestral home? No, your real ancestral home. Oh, you already are? Oh, wait. Well, what's going on? I thought this was a World of Tanks video. Now I'm really gonna get in trouble. And before I could even finish editing this video, they fired Commander Af. But it wasn't cost cutting because they just replaced her with this bloke. Probably for the same reason they fired Tragic Loss. The point of this is that, look, there are things that Wargaming think are good and bad, and there are things that are actually good and bad. For example, Wargaming thinks this person yapping all the time is good for their company, when in reality, just by looking at how people are getting upset, it isn't. And it's not even my own opinion. It's what all of you guys tell me. Like I said, I don't know who this person is. I've never talked to them before. I'm observing this as someone like an outside investor would. There's also the opposite of this. Things that Wargaming think are bad, but are actually good. At least from a monetary perspective. I mean, here, look. I've probably sold more KPZs and Calibans than any other content creator. Made videos that paint their game in a favorable light, convincing players to reinstall the game to replicate my enjoyment and entertainment. Yet this doesn't stop Wargaming from permabanning my accounts. 6 times so far. While editing this video, it has now been updated to 7 times. They don't even bother to give reasons anymore. Come on, give me a reason. It's not like I could send a ticket. I'm banned from sending tickets. And listen, I don't want to hear none of you wise guys saying, hey, if you get banned 6 times, or if you get kicked out of 109 different countries, maybe it's not the country's fault, maybe it's your fault. One small thing though, this is the same country, Wargaming, over and over again. Got it? I'm not insinuating anything else. Shut up. Don't look at me like that. Okay, that's great in all chems, but why have you been banned so many times? Well, there are a variety of reasons they've done this. I like to troll. A bit too much sometimes. But really, I ask myself, would Wargaming really permaban me over and over again, blacklist me from their Twitch, YouTube, and Discord, and basically all other media, over what? Edgy jokes? Nah, surely not. Well, over time, people actually told me why. IRL threats. What? I've never made any IRL threats to Wargaming. What the hell are they talking about? Forget about the doxing and CP stuff. That's straight from Skill's video where he makes defamatory claims against me and then tried to sue me to keep me quiet. He lost a lawsuit, by the way. No shit. His video and lawsuit was basically a huge "no you," where he claims it's actually me that's doing all this shit. Even though the evidence is right there in your fucking face. For fuck's sakes, he used TeamSpeak to try and IP grab me. It's not even subtle. Anyway, I got into contact with a pretty prominent Wargaming community staff member and basically asked him where this rumor started. Really, any criticism towards me can be instantly thwarted by simply asking the accuser to explain. And if they have to go any deeper than what's the commonly repeated narrative they're fed, they just fold. And this Wargaming employee basically spewed a bunch of garbage. It's all up there for you to read if you so care. It's a lot of filler text, dancing around what I actually asked. Who started this rumor and why was it believed? It seems that you've done these things. That's really all they have? Seriously? It seems like it. Well, it seems like Skill is worse than I am, but maybe it doesn't seem like it to you. The arrogance in their messages. And to be honest with you, I think you know the cases I'm referring to. Oh really, is that right? If the case is so obvious and clear, why is it so difficult to actually specify what it is? The sad truth is that when I expose someone, which means I simply show everybody what this person has done, all by themselves, it's all their own actions, and I'm forcing them to be held accountable to those actions, it is taken as some sort of baseless personal attack, where Chems is big bad mean guy and everybody else is innocent victim, and we should ignore everything Chems says and keep worshipping our precious wholesome creators. In reality, it's easy to believe in these lies when you've already decided you don't like someone. But I don't care. If things need to be said, then I will say them. Like I'm doing it right now. This big rant I'm going on isn't helping save World of Tanks or making WoT great again, but it needs to be said regardless. Well, actually, I lied. There is a point to all of this. If your goal is to make World of Tanks as popular in the media as possible, it's very much not a good idea to pick favorites. To exonerate your personal favorite creators regardless of what they do, like assaulting a minor, and try to cancel creators you personally disagree with or have believed wronged your company without doing any actual due diligence. It's actually hilarious. Hour-long video exposing a creator? Whatever. Rumor that he did something? Shut it down. Now. Complete erasure. Make his name a forbidden word. You're not even allowed to talk about a subject this creator has mentioned. We hate him so much. Oh, potential new SPG changes? That sounds interesting. Oh, he made it? Absolutely not. He's big, mean, and dumb. The targeting doesn't stop there. I mean, look, I'm not claiming to be innocent for everything. For example, I did leak NDA tanks intentionally as a response to Wargaming permabanning 6 of my friends' accounts simply because they were in the Invil clan and were accused of rigging. I'll just explain quickly. Basically, they saw each other in a pub and didn't shoot each other. Permabanned. For that. They called it collusion. You know, the thing Skill does all the time where he doesn't shoot a fan and the fan doesn't shoot him back. Or how about this video where Skill, the Killzor, and Des Games rigged an entire match?
Just don't do this. Don't do this.
I know Duck is baiting me.
I'm not baiting. I'm not baiting. I promise, dude. I'm not baiting. I will never do such a thing. Let's do it at 600. Okay, I'm already going. It's gonna be a draw, by the way.
They were all in the same game, and in the end, they all drove off a cliff and died and drew the game. So, the other 27 players lost because these 3 wanted to have some fun rigging a match. In fact, this exact video, by the way, is directly the cause of me leaking the NDA tanks, because I inquired about the consequences of these 3. These 3 did get banned as far as I know, for like 3 days. However, 2 platoons ignoring each other so that they can play their own game gets a whole video made on them, and the accounts permabanned. 6 accounts gone because of that. Well, it's actually because they had the Invil clan tag on them. That's the only reason. Now look, credit where credit is due, Wargaming did end up unbanning the 6 accounts, which was the right thing to do. But this doesn't fix the main issue. And it really sent a message to everybody. People who Wargaming like are treated lightly, and people that Wargaming dislike are treated unfairly. It's a 2-tiered justice system. And look, man, here's the takeaway. Anybody with half a brain would come to the conclusion that all of these creators promote the game in different ways to different audiences, regardless of any personal drama or personal beef they may have. We as a company need not concern ourselves with any of it. Why would we? What purpose would alienating a section of our player base do for us? Other than making us feel morally superior to everybody else, which is what companies have been doing for the last 10 years, and you know, these companies have also been going broke. Do we really want to martyr someone who's perceived as speaking truthfully about our game? No, of course not. And this isn't just for me, this is for everybody. Like when they tried to strike a video Sir Fosh made criticizing Wargaming's balancing decisions. Now that set a precedent, didn't it? Don't criticize Wargaming. We even made it part of the rules. That's right, questioning a developer's decision can get you banned. Yeah, and somehow the brainwashing has convinced you that I'm the problem. By the way, I watched that video just now because I've never actually seen it. I know, can you believe it? I think it'd be some crazy, horrifically explicit video. Not really. All he did was complain and say fuck you to Wargaming. That's literally it. And they were gonna strike him for that. Like, Sir Fosh's offensiveness is not 1% of mine. So I can just imagine how utterly furious Wargaming are whenever I talk this so much mad shit about them. Being just so damn offensive all the time. Like, they would definitely do something if it wouldn't be a PR disaster. You know what, that just fills me with joy. I think I will continue to call them Yeah, okay, look, I say things like this and then wonder why my account gets permabanned. Really? You know what? Fuck. Do I leave this in the video? Yeah, I think I will. Banning people over offensive words is such a millennial thing to do. We all know millennials are deranged lunatics, and now they've entered the workforce, and holy shit, can you tell. Now, it's not actually all doom and gloom for Wargaming. Like I said, I did have conversations with multiple Wargaming staff. It seems as though even they realize that going through all these lengths for essentially a made-up rumor and some trolling is a bit excessive. They even gave me my username back. Chems used to be a forbidden word, by the way. It's not anymore, and I appreciate that. Hey, you know, maybe the ideologically captured, chronically online weirdo that had a gripe with me at Wargaming was fired, who knows? I totally expected Wargaming to permaban me again when I made a video on if WoT is rigged, where I exposed to everyone the money that can be saved with Argentina accounts. I even purposely played on an account with an IP and MAC address that I knew Wargaming associates with me in order to trick them into banning that account over others. But they didn't actually ban any accounts. I mean, I think Wargaming did realize that, hey, if I do something bad and this account has this specific IP on it, that account will get permabanned. Maybe we shouldn't give Chems this sort of weapon. Yeah, Nice going, Wargaming. They did, however, change my Argentina account to US. That's annoying. Look, I'm not asking to be a CC with a bunch of free stuff. This was good enough for me. I don't want an account with everything just handed to me. But I will take the large discount Argentina accounts offer in order to get the most amount of content to make videos with. Joke's on them though. I haven't and will not purchase anything since they changed it. Anyway, the point of all this rambling is, as a company, do not pick sides. Do not target people you disagree with. Don't automatically believe a rumor you hear about whoever simply because you don't like that person. Don't lie to your community. Don't treat them like idiots. Don't virtue signal. Don't make decisions about your game through the optics of politics. Don't waste time and resources on things nobody wants. Focus on your game and its content only, and let the community create all the media for you for free. In fact, let your community do almost all the work for you. They will create and promote what they want the most, and all we have to do is find a way to monetize it in such a way that it doesn't ruin the game. Like, Wargaming is really stuck in this narrow mindset that the only way to monetize their game is through premium tanks and loot boxes. Now is the time to expand and experiment. Soon, we will no longer be reliant on predatory monetization. I'm going to tell you guys something I noticed, as the noticer of course, and this goes beyond just World of Tanks. I will use YouTubers as an example, as that's more broad and more likely to resonate with you guys. When YouTubers are small, they start out uploading whatever they want. All sorts of videos from a variety of different formats and whatnot. The content is a reflection of the creator itself. Now, one day, one of these videos blows up and becomes massively popular. Logically, the creator now focuses on making content similar to the video that became extremely popular to try and replicate that success. Now, there isn't anything wrong with this at all. It's great to give people what they want, until it isn't. Now, this doesn't necessarily happen to everybody, but what does happen quite often, to be honest, is that the content becomes stale and repetitive. But the creator is too afraid to risk experimenting again, because that will mean they get even less views than they already do. So, they're stuck forever posting crap to an ever-dwindling audience. This is not the only option though. A creator could experiment with new content. Even if they are weighted down by their audience not watching their new style of content, good content will flourish, even if it takes time. I mean, the obvious World of Tanks related example is me. My World of Autism series was just not good enough anymore. I stopped making them, and people complained, and look where I am now. I was relevant in 2016, 2021, and even still today. Most of my CC companions aren't so lucky. What was once new and unique is now repetitive and stale. Creators don't experiment anymore. They just do the one thing they think works, even if it doesn't. I think Wargaming is in a similar situation to this, broadly speaking. Wargaming is too afraid to experiment with much of anything at all. This ties back to what I said about early Fortnite being a survival game. They experimented with a battle royale, and it became massively successful. Now, I'm not saying Wargaming doesn't experiment at all. They clearly do, but it's just not enough in the grand scheme of things. Certainly not enough to recapture the audience they lost. Like I said, around 2019 to 2022, Wargaming experimented with a lot of different modes. Frontline and Steel Hunter were massively successful, maybe not to the scale of, say, Fortnite, but it's certainly a good start. So Wargaming can decide whether to keep doing the crap they're doing to an ever-shrinking player base to try and squeeze as much out of the game for as long as possible, or get rid of this doomer mentality that it's all over and actually take the risks required to revitalize the game, to make it more popular than it ever was before. Hey, then you can go back to killing the game for profit for an additional 15 years. Get trolled, nerds. Hey, at least it was fun for a while. In conclusion, there are a variety of ways to not only fix the game, but promote it to a larger audience. These things should all be done around the same time to drive up interest. One big update. World of Tanks 2.0, if you will. And for real this time. Where everything has been fixed. Everything. SPGs are no longer annoying, useless clickers from the back, but are actually an interesting and influential mechanic. Light tanks can be fun without being forced into a scouting-only role to the detriment of basically everything else about their tank. Equipment and field mods in this game can be used to let players adjust their tanks to their liking, not make monsters so powerful that they shorten the games and need to be nerfed. Premium tanks no longer need to be overpowered or have some stupid gimmick to sell, as there are premiums for every tier and even from the tech tree. That way Wargaming makes more than enough money, since this is content for every tier of the game instead of just tier 8 and above. The matchmaker will improve as player tier distribution evens out. Players will not have to concern themselves with their stats if they just want a casual gaming session one day. Qualities of the game that seem beneficial but are actually detrimental are removed, like the armor penetration indicator. Premium ammunition is used sparsely for when it is actually needed because of its adjustment, and even get access to AP FSDS, which is better used against armored targets. A variety of tanks, like the EBR 105, the Grill 15, the T49 are rebalanced, making them fun to play and fun to play against. New game modes are added and are available all the time to encourage players who may be tired of playing pubs all day to continue to play the game as long as possible in these game modes. The servers are unified and players from all different regions can play together. New options for cosmetics that players will actually want to spend their currency for, along with a massive influx of new campaign missions and reward tanks that are actually worth getting. Tier 11 tanks now give players the ultimate goal to work towards, being tanks that are extremely fun and interesting instead of overpowered and detrimental. The best part of all this is the now massive amounts of user-generated content for this game. There is an entire ecosystem of players creating content for the game because we've allowed them to. We've fostered their creativity. This game, with its huge array of content, will appeal to anyone from all different demographics that all share the same interest: tanks. Holy cow, man. This has been my longest yap sesh to date. 41,000 words of tank yapping. This video officially has more words than the Book of Genesis. Amazing. Amazing that you stuck around to the end. You are a true war gamer, as they say apparently. Well, what do you think? Do you agree or disagree with the things I said? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, like I said before, I have similar videos to it on my channel of all the things I discussed, but more in depth, along with meme videos and cinematics. If you wish for this video to be promoted, then leaving a like is all that is required. I hope you enjoyed this video, and thank you for watching.